Update on my mum's still waiting for news on transplant, but dialysis is going well. Yesterday's actually went good for once.
Hello, chatto! It's Tuesday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, we are selling quite a few people today, and also buying quite a few people today. An £18 million signing has come through the door, and immediately left again to go straight back to Mexico because I clicked the wrong button. We've got the Super Cup, the league begins, we head on towards the Champions League, we track the other Polish sides, how will they get on with Europe? We find out today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. I'm extending the extenders a little bit further because I've accidentally spoke too fast. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. Distract them with the crab dancing. They won't notice. No, why would you ever want that? Yeah, that was, I think what I did is I accidentally started the song slightly too early, and it kinda, ooh, do we get a VAR check on it? We're going for the dinner plates. Mid enough, you're right, I think I mumbled through just enough that it doesn't count as a fuck up. Because technically, I said the words I was trying to say. It's very Wetherspoons play. I wonder if that's what... Do you know what? I actually need to go in and check what the exact plates are in the Wetherspoons in Cambridge. Oh, no, the plates are universal, aren't they? They're always the same. It's the carpets what are different and that. This one bit of hair is really annoying me. It's like, lad, pick a lane. That way? No? That way? No? Ah! Hang on, I've got an idea. I haven't even been a silly goose, but I'm going to claim it. We're going to wear that for a couple of moments. And that should sort that problem out, no problem. All right, Christian, thank you for the 46 months.
You were praised on the WFM show for your tactical prowess.
Was I? Who could... Well, it can't have been Alice. So who was praising me? This is... I'm just trying to narrow it down now. Who could possibly have been praising me? Cambridge tourists, 100%. Get me on one of them open-top buses. I'm here to look at Jesus Green. Did I just miss... I think there was a resub as well, wasn't there? Lavinio, you tried, but you failed. Thank you for the 45 months for not messing up the intros. Right, has that worked? No. No, it hasn't. This is what happens when I don't put anything in my hair. It is a nice shirt, though, to be fair. Like, all three of the shirts that Cambridge United had for, I think, last year, or the year before even, were... yeah, this is 2020... Jesus, this was a 23-24 shirt, I think, now. Time flies when you're supporting teams. Also, check it out. Katie... well, I always liked Katie. I always liked Katie more than Alice anyway. Yeah, Umbro Cambridge kits, the green one, the orange one, they're all so good. The FC Kuln collaboration flask. And, check this out. It's got a little handle on the top as well. It's the same as the other one I have, but it's got the little handle on it. And inside, the bit that you like, the second layer that you take out has now got, it's clipped into the same thing, and there's an extra thing that has stopped like leaks and things escaping. It's just a way cooler design. So it's just a better flask in general, and it's got a goat on the bottle. You're like, yeah, it's not Wisła. If they had to deal with Wisła, I'd be very, very happy. Ah, dear. I do like adaptive... I say adaptive tactics. I'm quite dogmatic in many respects when it comes to tactics, but I think it's just because I spend the time being adaptive when I'm building it rather than the other way around, because I think sometimes people get a bit too... itchy when it comes to changing things constantly. Saz, are you still in the same 43. Gifted sub? That's incredible. Thank you for the 43 months. You'd love to see it. Was it a year or 6 months that you got gifted? Was it? Because I feel like that's been going on for like ages now, which is wild. Yeah, I need to get in there. Get me and Tony's Darlington safe. The goat has a name. Aww. The goat's name is Henna's, and it's just become a dad again. I feel like goats are one of the few animals I would take a quest from. The football in the background. This thing here. So, this one down here. So this was a Mitre FM26 collab... I'll hold it that side so you can actually see it. Mitre versus FM26 sort of collaboration ball that they released along with the game cycle, basically. And Mitre were kind enough to send one over to me, and they gave me a little stand for it too, so I just kind of have it in the background. The thing is, this is like an actual like match ball type one, not like the replica ones you buy in shops. It's like really, really sturdy, like dangerously so, to the point when I tried to do kick-ups with it once wearing socks, and I damn near broke my damn foot. So that's what that is, and that's why that's there. Which you'd love to see. It was just shout out Mitre for doing that. Up to 6 now, no way. No, it's fine. I'm not on the podcast this week, which means there's a chance that maybe I'm the bad omen. Yeah, we've all been hit with a Mitre ball, right? It was like a rite of passage at school. PE, it's January, 7 degrees, no, not even that. Like, it's 4 degrees and it's drizzling, smacked right on the thigh or something with a mitre football, and suddenly you've got an imprint of a valve on your leg for the next 6 weeks. Any geese? I haven't actually been out. That's not true. I did go running to see some geese on Saturday, James. Deliberately. I actually ended up running too far because I wanted to go see the geese. But I did see geese. Grey lags, swans nesting up there too. Amazing. Then I had to run back though, which was the bad part. Keepy ups right now. I'm afraid I would damage something. What if I broke something important? Yeah, one in the face. I think we've all taken one in the nose as well. Red eyes. Oh Christ, yeah, that actually should be bullying, even if you agree to it. Honestly. Turn to Windsor. Maybe. It's honestly, there's a cool little pond that just off the river where all the geese and swans like to nest, basically, because it's like not stagnant water, but it's not flowing, so they can build their nest nice and easily in the side of it, and it's just really, really cute to go up there sometimes. I'm going to go for my big face as well, because I've been sensible. Hello, Eden. What I've done, knowing that I would yap, I've loaded a game straight up for us, so we can just jump straight in, and I can then yap to you. It's the genius move. Because I always do this at the start of streams. I spend ages sort of catching up with chat in that initial burst, and we do nothing. So instead, I'm just going to plot us into a match, because that's way easier. And we might actually win. Also, I'm starting Molsky because
this week heard on the Little Fish podcast. Between 1975 and 1988, West Brom went through a remarkable run of managers whose first names followed this sequence: Johnny, Ronnie, John, Ron, Ronnie, Ron, Johnny, Nobby, Ron, and Ron.
I want to know who broke the cycle. Who was the manager that they appointed that's name was like Jeff or Terrence? And maybe that's where all the downfalls began. Fan of the band Geese. I've never heard of the band Geese, so I couldn't possibly tell you either way. FM24 regens. I think that the FM26 regens are much like the initial... when they first switched away from the old regen system in the older games, because originally the games they were set up in a way where the faces that generated were not ones that were using the match engine. They were just faces for the screen, so they looked a lot better. Then when they switched over, so they tried to match them in the match engine, it took a step backwards, I would say, quite a considerable one. Are we on full match? No, we're not. And I feel like that's kind of... We're in that phase now in a way where it's the first cycle of having those faces like this. And I think they are improving, but at first, I admit, they were proper gopping. They still don't look great in some places, but I definitely think they're improving slightly. They do need to cut down the mustaches a little bit, but I also feel like we're not seeing as many mohawks as we were before, which is concerning. Oh. Other goalkeeper, we only have one. Finish it off. Turns out 70-year-olds can properly hit the ball. Yeah, I bet they can. We already lead. Katala's scored inside a minute. Love to see it. For 2 months, that's actually improved. Yeah, massively. Honestly. The game itself at a base level has 100% improved. Brian. So they kind of went back to it. Sort of. The base game has improved a lot, but the skins and the mods that you can get for it now elevate it a lot more. Like, am I saying it's perfect? Absolutely not. Then I would never say an FM game is perfect at all. But it's in a much better state now. And particularly as it's out on Game Pass now to the point where it's available on most of the tiers, right? If I recall. Technically not a league game. This is technically the Super Cup. You might wonder why we're playing Arca in that, because unfortunately they won the Cup, sadly. Hello, FM Gang. What do I always feel like I call you FMGNG or FM Gang, and I'm never quite sure which one to settle on in the end. Close to perfect. Probably 24. I think that 24... I'm glad that it was the last one in that cycle. Because if you look at the way that 24 behaved... Oh, hello. That's surely offside. He's missed anyway. Out of respect, he's missed. I think 24 was the one that typified most of the thing. Everything at that point... I feel like most of the time they were an improvement over the previous year. But I feel like 24... Maybe it's just because I played it for longer and I had to fall in love with it. But I just didn't have as many complaints about it as I've had the other ones. Particularly things like the match engine as well. Menus aren't great. There's certain things that I still need a lot of work without the mods. The biggest thing for me is still the scouting screens. The fact that they cannot add custom columns to them is still baffling. And I wouldn't care so much if the views that they gave you to use actually weren't dog shit. That's the problem. Been called worse. Well, I mean, hey, this is the great thing about names. You get to choose what I call you from now on. And I will remember. Probably. Because I'm a rememberer of things, so to speak. Catalan's just got an assist as well. That was a nice little bit of build-up, actually. Molsky does okay, admittedly. You just finished it. Stephen Cup shit? Nah, it's clearly the FC Colne Cup. I don't know what you're talking about. Philly versus Pittsburgh is the playoff matchup so far that are sort of locked in. Look amazing. I'm pumped, mate. So pumped for that. Cartelar's taking the assist. Oh, by the way, as we talk about the Spanish Scourge, right? One of the bodies had a really good idea, which is that, obviously, for those of you who missed it on Sunday, my new rule is that I'm going to accept bids for the Spanish Scourge players. I've decided to hold on to Naeem as the sort of one saviour, if you like, as my one sort of protected player. But I'm not going to actively sell them, but if I get a bid on them, I will accept it. However, not from English sites. Because if we were to sell them to non-English sides, in theory, it would strengthen the other European teams and maybe start helping other teams bring down England a peg or two, which could actually help us overall, while still also we get the ethics side sorted. That is bad again. This is what I mean with Diakite, man. Catalan breakout season. Yeah, after a couple of breakout seasons, he's had a break-in season. Now he's back again. More vibrant. Right. So basically, it normally looks like this. That is the default, what the game looks like without any visual changes to it. But I'm using something called Reshade that makes it go from that to that. And when I turn it off, I'm reminded of how bad it actually looks default. It looks like you're shooting in RAW. Like, that's wild. Destroying England's coefficient. Yeah, bit of both. Pretty much. That's literally it. Jesus Rose again. Yes. Yes, I am. But if he was part of the Spanish Scourge, he's got to go. Yeah, I actually forget it too. There's certain screens where it doesn't look great. Some of the menu screens are a little bit, not washed out, but it does. For example, when I show you the new kits, by the way, new kits, shout out Hasbro. Not only that, with the sleeve sponsor mod now, we've now got proper dynamic sleeve sponsors too, which is awesome. So those are in. You'll see them when we play in different competitions that they actually change, which is really, really sick. Also, you'll notice Saeed Shokri's in the team today, and he's a great cross, but he's missed the header. Sister's wedding. Nice. Oh, that sounds like a lovely old day. Enjoy. The weather's gorgeous for it today. Perfect weather. Yeah, so there's a mod you can get that basically puts in the proper sleeve sponsors and everything, because I know that they have them for certain competitions, but Passpro kindly provided me with the sleeve sponsor mod as part of it. Molsky is our youth intake star from the previous season, who, upon reflection, we decided that, you know what, if we're going to get a youth player that's going to be any good, we need to make sure that we give him a chance. So I've committed this year to give him football despite his young age. Now, he's no longer considered a 5-star PA, but given what we know about sort of how our high-end players are, a guy who's 4.5-star PA as a young Polish player could well still be an absolutely elite player. I'll just show you him now if I can. See, this is what he currently looks like. He's 16 years old, fairly professional personality. He's not slow. In fact, he's not slow at all, actually. For 16 years old, he's not slow at all. He's got some good passing ability about him. His vision isn't great, but again, he's young. I know, James. Tell me what it's like. The next time you get a bad youth intake, I want to see it. I want to see it so I can laugh and also be like, haha, empathy. John, thank you for the 13 months.
Fenland Massive.
Up the Fenland Massive, indeed. Speaking of, Ely won the Classico, threw away a 2-goal lead against the league leaders, but are still looking very good for a playoff spot. So that's solid. Get good intakes. I do not. We haven't had a... It's so hard to say, though, because maybe we have had good intakes. It's just that the rest of our team has such high PA potentially that it's making them look worse, which is why I decided that Molsky might be the guy to try this with to see how he actually develops when he kind of gets going, so to speak. I've noticed that you seem to get really good intakes in the first 3 seasons, to the point where I actually am probably making a video about that exact thing. The leaders are Mulbarton Wanderers. They are a team that are, I think, 20 points clear at the top, have scored like 90-odd goals this season, and are far too good for the division they're in, basically. I believe they were relegated last year, but have massively regrouped and are just so much better than the others in this division. So it's basically everybody else fighting over second spot, which, of course, because of the division we play in, is always going to be a playoff spot. There is only one automatic promotion spot in the 9th tier for this division. It's such nice football as well. But yeah, probably going to make a video about the youth intake myth thing. But what I'm working on at the moment, as far as this channel, is the... hang on. To the FM creator... Oh, creator... Oh, like SI. Sort of no more creators. I don't know, honestly, TB. That's one of those things that I simply don't know the answer to because I don't know a lot of the mod creators that well. The only mod creator in terms of FM... currently that I know, I would consider myself to know fairly well, is obviously Saz, who you know from chat, but Saz is kind of would we say semi-retired at this point, Saz, or are you just leaning fully into the I'll do what I want type of behavior, which is fair. So I simply don't know. And I suspect if they were, they wouldn't be able to actually communicate that publicly anyway. Mosky's not even played that badly here. I'm quite impressed with that. You'd like to think so. Or at the very least, you'd like to think that they're at least taking inspiration from some of the things that those guys and girls are doing, right? John on for a little bit. Lucinio probably should come out, but Christ. That's not great. Fuck it, I'll just throw Pena in there for no apparent reason. We're 2-0 up now. What could possibly go wrong? We've got a few less players because for some reason in the cup final, the Super Cup, you only get a 9-man bench. And I didn't really think about it when I was actually building the bench for this game. I might just make those subs right now. I rested some players anyway, to be fair. But yeah, I just simply don't know. Sometimes you do sort of get that impression when you see things brought into the game that you're kind of like, oh, a mod already did this. Now, maybe that's because it was just parallel thinking and they were already planning to do that. But I think what the mods show, if you're SI, is there's basically like free market research, essentially. It's like saying, hey, this is what people are making. And not just what people are making, but this is what's being downloaded as if that's gone in. Dear Kite, bro. So they can kind of look at that and be like, this is what the biggest downloaded mods are. So perhaps this is an indication of what people are finding the biggest pain points and what we could maybe work on first. So I'll be curious to see how... I think the transition from 26 to 27 will be super interesting to see what things that we know were modded into the game this year now become full features via SI. Because then either they were planning on doing that anyway, or it's a case of they've taken that inspiration and listened to the community. Because they do seem to be. For all their faults in that. They definitely seem to be, in fact. No exciting thing except transfers. Northern Irish teams. Well, there's no way that any of those teams would be buying them, James. These players are, we're talking like 40, 50 million pound players. So there's no realistic way that any team in Wales or Northern Ireland would be buying them. Scottish teams, technically, I guess, could, but I think it's very unlikely. But yeah, it would really only apply to English teams as if... Scoreboard mod. Oh, what does that do? Filming went really well, actually. As it happens, we were... I mentioned this in Callum's chat when we raided in. I finished streaming, I hadn't checked Discord, and then I realised that they were actually thinking of maybe delaying it till Monday, and I was like, damn it, I could have streamed for an hour longer. And then we ended up doing the recording about 15 minutes after that anyway, so turns out I did actually make the right choice. But yeah, I think you'll see that video in like a week or so on a certain American's channel. Don't ask me who. It's a really fun video, though. It's such a cool little concept. As scoreboards, interesting. Tell me more. But like, what does it do to the scoreboards per se? Oh, I see. So, because we don't really have one here, do we? Oh, we go straight to pens as well. As if we've thrown that away. This exact same thing happened against Legia last season. Oh, yeah, let's have a look. To record. I finished stream an hour earlier on Sunday to record a YouTube video with some other YouTubers. Or to guest star in a video, basically. Has it got some, like, images that show us what... Oh, nice. Does it have Poland? Or have we already got Poland? I mean, hey, no reason not to do it. But I think for our save purposes, this would almost be superfluous, I suppose, because it doesn't affect any of the competitions that we would realistically play in this save. It doesn't affect Poland and none of the European stuff, because obviously that's already licensed. What a save! Holy shit. Exporting a standard. Yeah, there is a mod for that currently, TV. Oh, shit, my bad. There is a mod for that currently, but I still haven't got around to installing that because I know that it's proper complicated. But God, it will make my life a lot easier when doing these experiment videos where I'm doing like proper data-driven stuff because I'm actually having to like manually copy data out of the game. And by manually, I literally mean like typing it out, which is an absolute pain in the arse. New Zealand finished second. No way. Who else was in the division? Excuse me. Who else was in the division? Willie Payne. It's not quite Daily Penis or Amauricio Penis. It's fine. It's never too late, Captain Guinness. That's what I always say. Yeah, that's... For me, it would just be you guys are getting players more than anything else. I realise I can only show it in 2 different sizes there. We're going to lose the Super Cup, aren't we, from 2-0 up? Pre-match lineups. Ooh. That sounds cool. I don't understand why those aren't built into the game as it is, considering they literally have licensed the extra classer. It's odd how they have the license for it, but haven't bothered to put graphics in most of the areas. Kind of sucks, because it's, particularly with the literal Manager of the Month trophies in Poland being Football Manager themed. I can't believe we're going to throw this away. Do you think the board would care that much? On the plus side, there might potentially be a reputation boost for Arca from winning the Super Cup. So maybe it's not the worst thing in the world, he said, trying to cope with things. Catalar's going to bury this, of course, because it's what he does now. Ooh, that was naughty. Division got cancelled. Still, though, it's impressive for a sort of what you would certainly not consider a stacked hockey nation, so to speak. Have they ever had an NHLer? Yeah, I mean, Musterman is the person that I know would be fighting for that. I think Musterman is actually potentially coming on the podcast this week because he's great and he's fun to talk to. Obviously, I won't be in that particular episode, but that's cool. Yeah, I think this is just going to... Basically, everyone's just going to score from here on out. Yeah, that's what it is, Pauls. To be fair, I've done that in the past, but usually not in the Super Cup, because I'm pretty certain that you don't get much of a rep bump for it. Now, oh my god. My logic is that I did rest a lot of players for this game, and also then rotated in the match. We're going to lose this, aren't we? We were 2-0 up until very, very late into this match, concerningly. They have quite a few loanees from us. Bakic is on loan from us. Corrupt is on loan from us. They're just going to score out, aren't they, Bakic? Hey, fuck you. This is why you're on loan. If you were really good, you'd have scored the penalty. Ignore the players in our first team that missed them. It's fine. This is the comeback. We're going to miss 2 penalties out of our first 4. Except, of course, we literally still have to score this and then hope that they don't score the next one. And it's Alessandro Pena, a man who, you never know, might not even be with us at the end of the window. Although, that's a hell of a strike from Pena. Is he shushing the goalkeeper? My friend, we are literally still going to lose this game. Even the lone players are missing, but it's in our culture. That's simply what it is. It's part of our culture. It's another one of our lone players. It's Freddie Seeger mixture. Has our entire penalty lineup for them been lone players? And he scores. Well, there you go. Freddie Seeger mixture scores the winning penalty. Right. They had a lot of loanees in their lineup, which I guess is kind of good to see. How did we piss that one away? Like, I know we don't need the money or whatever, but I'm just hoping that there isn't a huge rep bump that you get for this. And actually, if there is, what is going on with his hair? Why does it look like they're sweating so much that they have their own, like... Is this the mod? Nope. It's just the game. It's, like, really weirdly... It's like they've put a bokeh filter over it for some reason. At least now, that looks a lot better. I did hate the fact that when we won the Champions League, we had that silly thing where it just displayed nothing on the badges, I think. Because they'd got that... There was a glitch where it didn't display any team badges. It just used to display a random logo. Ay. Here's Penis. Welcome aboard the piece. At least you know you're in the right stream. Like, you could find your way here in the dark. That's rough. 82nd minute. Then 95th minute. And ultimately, the draw's probably fair. We just didn't take our chances. Well, we did. And then just defensively, we were absolutely awful towards the end of the game. Which is very strange. I blame Diakite, as always. He will be my scapegoat for this season. I've registered him. The game still thinks it's 2-1. Which is always good. Which means they must have scored that final goal after the amount of time had been allotted and such. Yeah, it wasn't a great game. I'm going to yell at them. We should have won that. But I guess big up Arca. It might be the little bit of reputation that they needed to get them over the line in Europe. Then again, they don't have to play qualifiers because they go straight into the group stage anyway. It's part of the database. They'd have to expand it an awful lot, but ultimately probably not, just because I don't think that the interest in terms of content would be there, sadly. And ultimately, I have to consider this... I have to consider all of those factors when choosing saves. But probably not. Unless there was an enormous shift in that, but I really don't think there is, likely anytime soon, at least. But hopefully the tides are changing there, but I don't see that. It's a slow and gradual process. We had 16 shots in that game, which is not bad. It's just for the part... Wait, did we lose at home as well? Nice one, lads. Maybe, yeah. DKD did... No, you're right, he didn't. They hit the bar with the only one they missed, didn't they? Okay, well, they've won the game. They've got national reputation under manager Florian Bruns. He's been there for 4 years now, which is nice. So, there wasn't a huge amount of time between the last stream ending and the couple of days I played off stream in order to actually get to this point. I don't know if I did sign anybody up, but I will just check to make sure that we didn't skip over anybody in there. And I can do the lookups finally. Transfer history. There was definitely a couple, I think. Maybe. The biggest one was fairly obvious. I did have a little look through some of the rest of the transfer room in suggestions that we had, and I think a couple of these guys got picked up from that. But mostly it was just guys like this who I'm pretty certain we did sign on stream anyway. But just random dude, Zambian international, looks a bit okay. The big one, obviously, is the dude I spent £18.5 million on, Christian Gomez. He is actually the big deal of the bunch. Unfortunately, I don't think I can recall him. We might still be able to later in the window, but I accidentally hit the accept loan back button when it popped up because I was so used to hitting that for random players. This was not a fella that I particularly wanted to hit that with because, as you can see, his attributes are lovely, and I wanted to start getting him training on a certain few things straight off the bat. Most likely, like, his finishing's not amazing yet. Composure's not grand, but not awful either. Point is, he's not one of the Spanish Scourge players, and that is the real quiz. But I think he was the only one that actually came in that was of note, so to speak, because the rest of these guys, obviously Bruno's in as well, so we need to make sure we register him too once the league season comes around. I don't think there was any major outs other than a few more loans. I've obviously started offering people out here and there too to sort of get that going, but yeah. Hello, Steve! Barco as well. Stal Zhezhov took quite a few little loans from us for some reason. Don't really know why, but they did, and that's the main thing. I don't know if there's any new transfer outs on the board or whether I already did that. Stal? More. They're hungry. I respect it. Go on then, lads. Have another one. Anyone else in there? I was like, yeah, I've kind of exhausted that. Carrick. That was a weird performance last night. Like, I didn't watch the game, obviously, but I saw the highlights this morning, and it just looked like Leeds absolutely dominated them, especially for the entire first half, and got what they needed there.
Watching this
with the
pathetic
65.
little man play with his pathetic little computer men. Shameful. Do you know what? You sicken me. Mainly as you look like a potato head with hair like a dead badger. Sorry, I actually love you. Why don't we leave this place behind and eat Monster Munch off each other's toes? Keep up the work that would result in someone removing the recommended tip in a restaurant. Love to the family. Idea, pasta vibrator? Call me.
So I'm suitably horrified, as per. Thank you for the 65 months and gracing us with your pastory presence. Good Christ. As if this isn't another one, is it? A few years ago, wasn't too special, pretty good now. I think, yeah. I mean, obviously, it depends on the role you want to play him in, but he's well-rounded. Like, he has some standout attributes. His technique is great. His long shots is great. His passing's decent. Vision's good. He's only 19. He's fairly mobile as well, honestly. Other role selected. Channel midfielder. I think the issue with channel midfielder may be that his work rate's a little low. Stamina's okay. But then, channel midfielder's one of those overpowered roles anyway, so maybe you can kind of get away with it. He's sort of quite a creative player, though, I feel like. So maybe as a sort of, it depends on what sort of roles you've got available in your system. But I don't know if channel midfielder is what I'd probably do with him. Like, I feel like he's more of a Monparoos type player in our type of system if I was to put him in our team, for example. Certainly looked like they were playing on the field for sure. And that does not help. Not that Leeds I felt were really going to get relegated. I think they were better than the teams around them. But that really has put them nice and clear, I'd say. Yeah, I mean, Okafor is just doing bits. I think I saw the halftime stats in that game that, like, Man United managed like 0.2 XG in the entire first half or something. Emil Vitsport. Interesting that you've looked him up. I can't tell you why that's interesting, but you'll see. Well, at some point soon. Anyway, Said El Maya. Firstly, there he is. I think we looked this guy up before. Because if I recall, yes, he went on a free transfer, which kind of sucks for him, really. 4 intakes in your starting 11 is incredible. I remember having 2 or 3 in my starting 11 with Polonia during the last Building a Nation Poland back in the day on YouTube. But I wonder if that's just because I was worse at scouting back then, so I was able to use those guys a bit sooner. Or because I had to come from the 4th tier with them, you got a chance to bring them through a bit more. But I want Molsky to be that man, you know?
I tell the swamp donkey to sack it before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's entrance and have a lick me.
Yeah, I mean, the European race in the Premier League, outside of the obvious teams, it really is just a case of who's the least inconsistent of that massive glob of inconsistency that is that entire mushy middle of the league, essentially. Profound Deft. Thank you very much for the follow. He's kind of flourishing there, but he was flourishing in the Bundesliga too. I'm guessing he probably forced a move for free, perhaps. Predictions not be played out. My apologies. I tend to forget things unless people remind me. So there we go. Will he mess up the intro? No, he won't. Bang. Enjoy. Chelsea, I saw the first half of the Chelsea game on Sunday because obviously I had to work after stream, so I actually missed the Spurs game because I was going to watch that, but obviously I was recording that video during it. But then my watch went off and I saw that it was 1-0 Sunderland. I thought, that seems about right, basically. I predicted a Sunderland win and it actually came true. It seems that Spurs are actually impervious to my my charms. The only team that apparently are impervious to that, admittedly. You see, I predicted, you got to do those later. I always do I do those at like 1 o'clock because it gives me a chance to percolate and let my brain come up with absolute nonsense reasons why something's going to happen. There he is. Emil Wittboy, or White Boy, who has kind of fallen off a little bit since the move as it happens. I mean, he hasn't. His attributes are... His numbers are good, but the ratings aren't for some reason. But it might just be because Saudi League non-playable. Also a much tougher league probably than the South African Premier Division, I would say. New players into the statue of the club. But in the Championship in England... Oh, okay. Context important. So, what season are we in? Who are you in... Who are you managing in the Championship? And what sort of context around it? Is it like the first season in the Championship? Or have you been there for a couple of years? What the sort of finishing positions like of the club? Because that sort of thing can matter. If you go up too quickly, well, not too quickly, but if you go up really fast, the reputation lags behind and you can often find it difficult to recruit for the level you're now currently at. And it sometimes takes a little while for it to catch up. It can be really bad if you get like 3 straight promotions. I mean, say really bad. It's great, but obviously the downside of it is that exact thing. Brian Brown staying on the pitch. Did he do anything wrong? Admittedly, I only saw the highlights, so... Championship ones. The problem with Championship ones is that there's like, what, 12 games? And I would get so lost in what pushing Romero into Kinski. I think that he pushed him, but ultimately, are you saying that a red card is a push? Because if it's a push, if a push is a red card, then you see a lot of red cards every single game. Because you can't take into account the result of the push in the incident, right? Surely. Because otherwise... then you'd have no sort of context for anything. It's a second yellow. Oh! Yeah, that probably is then, yeah. I didn't know he was on a booking. Yeah, that is surprising, actually. I thought like those sort of things would be standard, just usually are given as a push. But yeah, if it was a red, then no, because you can't. But yeah, as a second yellow, that probably should have been the case then. Should have got a me. I mean, did you think Spurs looked any better in that game? Or was it just yet another one of those matches where they kind of look okay in places, flattered to deceive, concede, and then just can't really get back into it? No, yeah, they should do, though, because they actually are very dangerous. It's a bit like, you know that thing that players do? Harry Kane used to do this a lot. He probably still does. That thing where they back into people when they're going up for headers but don't make any challenge for the ball. So dangerous. Yeah, when you're down in the battle like that, you just need a little bit of luck sometimes. And when it's not going your way, then unfortunately, often the reason you're down there half the time is because of the lack of luck going your way. And it feels like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy almost, where you're getting no luck because you're in the relegation zone. And the reason you're in the relegation zone is because you're getting no luck. But also... performances down there too. Tired teams to be yellow card in every set piece. True. Very agree. Oh, I see players do that all the time. I don't know if Kane does it as much anymore. It might just be because he's playing in a league that I'm not watching so regularly. But that kind of... I do hate to see that shit. When people back into people that aren't trying to... just aren't challenging for the ball. Because you're essentially just spinning them round where their centre of gravity is completely off. And the likelihood of people dropping on their shoulders especially... is nasty, and those shoulder injuries are not easy heals. I'm going to just reject this for the time being anyway. That's all those. I did another offer. 293 loan offers. Things you like to see. Another thing you like to see is doing the Patriots. Thank you for the 40 months.
Streamer and loan farm expert.
Well, wouldn't you know, you join us right in the middle of the loan farm. And booty like Eden Hazard, I'd say if anything, that would provide cushioning. If he could just land on his booty, bounce right back up again. Constantly undercut him, yeah. It's weird that they wouldn't clamp down. I mean, maybe they have, and I just haven't noticed it, perhaps. But it's just one of those things I do hate seeing it when strikers do it. I feel like Mitrovic used to do that sometimes quite a lot as well. Basically, any striker that's got a bit of body about them can throw themselves into people like that. And actually, Mitrovic did that a lot, to be fair. Oh, yeah, okay, nice. Although he is actually Polish, so that would make sense that he would go to Polish sides. Ooh, this was the guy that we actually played a couple of games with last season. He's only 17. But a loan spell couldn't be the worst idea for him. Bram de Koenig as well. That is definitely not Poland. To my knowledge, at least. Yeah, Kudu's getting injured again. Oh, it just sucks for him. Are Ghana at the World Cup? I always forget, because there's some nations you would think that were going to be there that aren't. So, for example, Nigeria, if I recall correctly. Particularly with some of the weird qualifiers. They are. Does that mean Kudus is going to miss the World Cup as well? Because he's Ghanaian, right? One of the nastiest. Yeah, I mean, I feel like you do need a bit of nasty in the league. It's entertainment, but ultimately you just don't want people getting hurt. Certainly not in those situations. That's what Regan's there for, Sam. Struggling to get a manager to keep his head. I think... But the thing is, Spurs have had injury issues for a while now. This is not a new thing. And there has to be something that's causing more injuries for Tottenham than... I know that it's not actually... When you look... Is it the pitch, though? Because that's fascinating. What is it about the pitch? Because they seem to get quite a few training injuries, too. What a shame. I can't imagine why you'd think that, Half. Just no hint of a clue. Also, what a win for your lot as well. I know it's Wolves, but Wolves are not the Wolves that they were. I was surprised to see a 4-0 victory for West Ham, but they've actually been quite good since... like the turn of the year. I think they've got more points than Fulham have since the turn of the year. We just happen to have the first half of the year on our back. Yeah, Mavropanos getting a brace was not on my bingo card. I do like a match with a double brace. It's a rarity. You just don't normally see it, especially from someone like Mavropanos. Guess yellows are... Yeah, I feel like yellows... Getting yellows are not always a sign of being a dangerous thug. Like, I wouldn't consider Polinia to be a dangerous thug when he was at Fulham. He just got booked a lot because he put lots of tackles in, so he was always in positions to get booked. That, and I feel like at times his reputation did precede him somewhat, and he'd get booked for things that other players wouldn't do because he was Polinia. I don't know if it's been the case at Tottenham as well, although I actually don't know how or where he's even been playing for Spurs. New AstroTurf technology. Oh, interesting. Real Madrid have had some weird stuff with injuries as well, haven't they? There was that story about how they weren't allowed to treat players with certain... Or was it a nutritionist that was saying that she wasn't allowed to like give players nutrition advice or something? The grass is too long? That is the most athletic thing imaginable. We're just going to grow the grass out, lads. We've been preparing for this for weeks. They get there and it's like a fucking swamp. It's like Jurassic Park at the Wanda Metropolitano. These guys, I believe, are... North Korean guys actually going to local Polish sides. Love to see it. You're not. Christ, there's so many of them. It's a good sign, but it is just going to take me a moment to get through some of these. But it sort of indicates to me that we might be getting a huge batch of loan farm players out the door over the course of this, well, this one set of windows here. Set of windows? I like Joe Linton as a player. I like his career path and positionally at Newcastle, where when he was brought in to be a certain thing, even though that wasn't what he was, and has slowly migrated deeper. It's just... Yeah, I just really enjoy him as a footballer. One of my favourite archetypes of footballers is strikers that aren't really strikers, that end up playing almost like central midfield as they progress back. It's just great. I love to see it. These guys feel Polish. It's just so we can't nickname teams, because I would literally just write PL next to all their names. That way I would never be able to forget when it's the lower league ones. Because there is so many down here that you just get a bit confused onto. These Sveet guys are after loads of our dudes, as is Legnica. Bit of those. Dirk, did he go to DM? I can't imagine that for some reason. Too wet, yep, grass too dry, grass too wet, steak too buttery, pillow too soft, and other excuses. I mean, to be fair, if you're not eating a pastry before a game, what you do it. Henry Green is wanted by Cambridge United and MK Dons. I always forget when you sign players out of England and Scotland and stuff, which we do quite rarely because of the tax usually on it, that they do get the same kind of loan offers. But the fact that a guy like that is wanted by Cambridge United, surprising. Voltemada. I'm really happy for Will Osula. I feel like, from what I've heard, he seems to be very well liked and was talked about really heavily by Newcastle fans for a while now. And I think it's cool that he's finally getting his chance in the first team. And he looks like any younger player that's been put into the team like that. A little bit raw in places, but has got that kind of lovely exuberance that I just love seeing in younger players. He's not been ground down to the edges yet. He's got that kind of roughness, and it's dope. It's the same with Rio in a way. He just seems like a really good player. And he's quick. He is rapid, which is awesome. But that's so often how it is with teams. You buy all these players and then you realise that actually there was someone there right in front of you the entire time. Fulham kind of did that even with Rodrigo Muniz, even though he wasn't like a youth prospect or anything. But he was there for ages. Wasn't really considered anything good. And then we just put him in for a little bit because we had no choice. And all of a sudden, bang! Meant to join Frankfurt. Was he? Well, I bet they're glad that they didn't sell him now. Because he's the exact type of player that I could see flourishing somewhere like a Frankfurt. They are just one of those teams that seem to constantly make players better. And that might be just because you see a couple of guys go out there and they get their reputation, but they seem like one of those clubs that so many of the European elites shop at quite frequently. Yeah, I remember Osula being very high rated before. Because I remember hearing loads of stuff about Ivan Toney back when he was in the Newcastle system as well. Because wasn't he on loan at Northampton for a while? I might just be way off mark here. Daz will know the answer to this, I suspect. I believe that Toney was a Newcastle youth prospect, right? But he was on loan at Northampton for a spell. And I think he did really well out there, did he not? And that was kind of like what sort of started to get people interested in him. Probably well off the board now. Just random things I remember from history. That's that team we're trying to buy that other dude from. Interesting. A team I've not really heard of until this season, really. Wisła Płotsk, okay. Go off, sis. Oh, that's quite a lot of money. I should not have done that. Oh well. We'll change it next season. There's still 200 more. How many loanees? Bruh. Oh, a Northampton youth player. Right, okay. I knew he was at Northampton, but I couldn't remember exactly how that pathway went. I know he did go out on loan a couple of times, though, right? Did he get loaned back to Northampton by any chance? How many more? Apparently all of them. Damn. Now, obviously, not all of them are going to go through, but it's just nice to be getting these number of bids. And it could be because we got some of the Pushta guys back. But even so, this is still an excessive amount. Considering each player's only getting 1 or 2 bids on them. Randall O'Raya to Rakov. Yes, please. Scunny. Ah! It might be that I was thinking of Scunthorpe because of the kit colours. That's... when I imagine players, I always imagine them in certain kits. And I feel like it doesn't really change often, even when they leave clubs. I always imagine certain players just wearing a certain coloured kit. It's quite a lot of loads, actually. Or I'm retconning to make it seem like I know what I'm talking about. There's either of these things are totally correct. This is great. If Araya could go out on loan to Rakov, they've picked up a couple of these nice players lately. Really big fan of that. Particularly as he's normally the type of dude that I'd have to throw out through the transfer out. They don't tend to get those kind of players on loan through these. Also, thank you to everybody that sent over save files so far for the loan farm problems video. I've got like 4 of them so far, which is awesome. Always open to more though, because the more I can get, the more context I can figure out from looking at people's different save files in different situations to try to figure out why it is that the loan farm isn't flourishing for them. But yeah, thank you to everyone that sent them over so far. Any platform is totally fine. Just upload to like Mediafire or something and send me the link. These guys are domestic, right? I think. They might not be. I hope they are. Simon, okay. He feels like Spanish Scourge type player, but he's too young, surely. Have a bit of those guys. What are we up to now? There's so many more. This is ridiculous, man. Oh. It's times like this when I just wish... Wow. Didn't mean to loan offer out Adrian Damašević. Yeah, firstly, the massive fees. But it's also like... Do I actually want to... I think I'm going to keep Adrian. He's a youth player that actually plays for our first team. I think I'd rather keep him here because he will play for us this season. And I want to have a few of our younger guys that are actual youth prospects around because he is actually probably our best, most successful youth prospect so far, I suppose. Yeah, some of those loan offers are insane. Like, obviously, if I was to agree to those, I would go in and change the fees down. But I think he's better off staying here for the time being. Frank Payas to Milan? Where the hell have you been, Frank? Ah, he's a Spanish Scourge player. Naughty, naughty Frankie boy. In that case, technically, I could accept that. And I probably should, although maybe I should accept a bid properly. But if he gets him out of the club, I suppose that technically counts. Janis Wolfsteiner. Those are loan bids, though. I think maybe I won't accept the loan bids for those guys, just in case. 22, though. No, I think 22 is still inside the bracket. When you look at who he's come from, I think he's just one of the guys that's very much on the lower end of that, but very much still feels like one of those Spanish Scourge guys. I'm just hoping that we don't get a second batch of them or something, because that would suck. We'll know if it happens as well, though, at least, because the way we can track it really easily is if all of a sudden we start seeing loads of lower league Spanish players again in the transfer room then we'll know that it's happened again. I don't see how it can do, though, because it's not like I've turned Spain on or off in the meantime, so we should be clear of that. Plus, Hadrian's told me that it only seems to do it once when the league is first initialized. So I'd have to test that, but I sure hope it doesn't do it more than once. True things at once. I guess... I suppose if you want to train more than one thing, you're essentially better off just putting them on the role training, because that will essentially train multiple things for the role that you want to play them in. But obviously, you're just spreading it out too much. But So I guess that's the way the game kind of handles that thing. God, there's so many more. This is insane. I genuinely do not think I've seen this many loan offers. Legia? Obviously, I'm not going to let them pay me that kind of money. That's wild. But that'll be okay. Please. Yes. Kosovo to Legia Warsaw would be super, super good. He came back from his spell at Legia because obviously they got relegated. But having him go out to Legia with Audi Kukonda out there, that could be a really nice pair of players.
Splendid. Joyous. Whimsical.
Wait, why is it
and
really
overall,
out?
witty. Just a brief summary for you. Much thanks, Matto.
Who are you summarising? Because it couldn't possibly be this guy. Thank you, Oliver, though, for the 24 months. That is super kind of you, man. Danhard to Gornik.
Here's a fun fact.
Don't mind that.
Voltaire contracted
Redondo to
syphilis
Lech
2
Poznan
blocks
and Legia Warsaw. Okay. Don't hate that as a concept. Maybe pay me less money, though. Please. Cool. And then you guys. They're clearly looking for new strikers, it would seem, which is odd. This is where they just randomly say, no, okay, that would be nice. The Scourge players. Basically, they are players that we had no idea that when you turn on Spain and a save, it basically generates an absurd amount of high potential players that are flooding the database, basically. And they're really cheap, really affordable, but they completely inflate everything, and it's so annoying. But we signed a load of them because we hadn't realized what was going on at the time. And so now I'm essentially in the process of unwinding myself from them a little bit. Exclamation mark Spain players, I think, might actually tell you more about that, because Hadrian made a really cool command for us last stream. So that might be in there too. Ah, Romero. Nice. There's no offers for 47 players, but there's quite a few offers on the cards there. That was just the ones that did get offers.
Myth, the building a nation legend, Morning Matter.
Oh, I wouldn't say
Hope
that.
you're well.
Hello, AC. Thank you very much for the year. I'm excellent today. It's a beautiful day. Woke up feeling refreshed and lovely, and just ready for stream today, basically. Oh, hang on. Morosano. Or Morosano? Morosano. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that, friend. So we got Romero through the line as well, and he's ass, but that's fine. We expected that. Plus, selling some of those guys might make our other players look better, you know? Or something. It's like wearing black makes me look slimmer. That's part of the plan. So we get Nick Grota out as well. He was that Austrian fella that was free, right?
Good
Kamara
morrow,
set the
you
sign as
filthy
well.
animal. How's
Nice.
the weather in Ely? I'm going through
Beautiful.
a guilt trip as I send my kids to school without their rain jackets today. Currently obsessed with masala chicken crisps I picked up on the cheap. This month,
Okay.
did you know? The Welsh word for squash, the drink, is squash.
Squash. I like the... Is it the Welsh word for microwave that's poppity ping? Or is this one of these things that just gets proliferated on the internet that is a complete lie? Either way, that's awesome. They're not happening, I don't think. It's weird that it still says transfer activity 99. Like 99 what? Oh, I assume that's because I've accepted 99 bids. Or I'm guessing that's what that is. So we have to wait for those to go through properly. Complete lie. I knew it. It felt too good to be true.
Bring on the Flugelheim
What everything in England. We're in the save. I don't know. It's so tough to say, but it is truly... The number I always come back to is the difference between the same save file or essentially the same save file, without it switched on, was 37 players above 160 PA in Spain. But still had the players loaded, just not actually had the league switched on. With Spain switched on, 850 players above 160 PA. And in my normal default save, there was, with 120,000 players loaded, the normal database setup, with Ferencvaros, there was about 170 players in the database that were above 160. This added 850 Spanish players that were above 160 alone. That's how much it ballses the game up. It's actually wild. But I don't know yet whether it was only if you trigger Spain mid-save or whether you start with Spain. That's the last thing. So there could be a way around it if you have Spain loaded at the very beginning of a save. Blackheart, thank you very much for the follow, but I don't know for sure. Because that would maybe at least make it a bit easier for people. Because then you just have to essentially never turn Spain on mid-save, and then at least you kind of get away with it then. But, yeah. Is it when you add Spain? Right, okay. Because I could have sworn when I set this one up for my test, I had Spain added at the very beginning. But I also don't know if I did. I wonder if I waited a year and then turned them on to try to replicate it. So it might be that you're safe if you turn them on at the very beginning. Only Spain. No, it does it with Italy, Germany, and France as well, but it's nowhere near as obvious with those nations. To give you an... I mean, it's still bad. Spain was like 850. Germany, France, and Italy were around 150 to 200, which is still way too many. Are they? See, I've never turned them on, so I'm assuming it's a lot of nations do the same thing. It's definitely something to do with the way that they introduce players and fill out squads. It's kind of shit, though. So, I wonder if it just does it with any league that you turn on mid-save. Perhaps. Did you turn on Spain mid-save, or did you have it turned on from the beginning? Because that maybe is the big key thing. Spain is by far the worst. Yeah, it's massively the worst. That's why we noticed it more here. Because I feel like we've got a couple of players from other nationalities that are technically Spanish Scourge players. So, for example, Michael Fila, he's Italian, but he's still technically one of those players. But they're less abundant than the Spanish ones are, and their PA seem to be lower, generally speaking. Jesus Christ, that is pretty impressive, honestly. Classic Netneck is at National, 31 years old. Obviously, the season hasn't started yet. He's just sort of back up in the top flight with them again, though, so I would expect his goal scoring to take a drop. Belgium, yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to know if there are any leagues that it doesn't do it in, or whether it is just those. It almost seems like the game basically ignores the youth rating. Sorry, no, ignores the recruitment of the clubs that it's putting the players into and just seems to use the youth rating of the country for some reason. Yeah, so I think that's a good sign that it is basically a case of if you turn it on, that's when the problems start. But if you have it on at the very beginning, then you should be safe. Regards to the patron pool. We do, yes. I've got them in on trial. There wasn't as many as you think, actually. They are, I believe, currently here. Yes. So we've got a couple from the holdovers from last year, but actually there was only a few players that were needing a club, me being one of them. And I accidentally kiboshed James Whittaker's move to Sunderland because I pressed the wrong button, which kind of sucks. Spain's youth rating is very, very high. Obviously, Germany, Italy, and France are very high as well. But I think it's also to do with the number of teams at playable levels in Spain and Italy because of the way the leagues split at the third tier level. And the under-18 leagues that they have, which are far more fleshed out. Most beginner-friendly. I think a beginner-friendly league, to me, I suppose it depends on what you would consider beginner-friendly, but is a league that has, like, relatively relaxed rules, but ultimately as well doesn't have, like, weird playoff systems and league splitting. So I guess any league that you... I would avoid leagues that have weird point splits, although they are kind of fun. But I guess it's like, if you're just looking for an introduction, then probably I think that's where England can be kind of good because their systems are actually fairly straightforward. It is just playoff, relegation, promotion, no league splits, no funny bollocks like that. So if you're looking for something a bit more bare bones, then probably England can be quite good for stuff like that. Or any of the like really major leagues tend to be quite straightforward, frankly. It's only when you get outside of that that you start to see things like what Belgium were doing, but I know they're going away from that now. I believe Austria is still split, yeah. Yeah, if you want to go a bit further down, Netherlands could be good, although you do have the issue with the Netherlands of no relegation from the second tier in the game, at least, and obviously in real life it's a bit weird because of the whole, like, it's sort of locked off, but you can sort of, if I remember, like, elect or something. Jens Jørgensen obviously not going to accept that. Not that he cares, he's happy to stay. They declined to make an offer. Didn't they say they wanted him? Sure, why not? Force load all players in the game right from the beginning. Yeah, if you basically turn on the leagues you were going to turn on at the very beginning of the save, then I don't think you'll see any issues with it. Is it fully locked off? I swear there was some way that teams could, like, technically do it, but it had to have, like, really specific circumstances or something. Or was that something they were going to look into? It was the video I was watching a little while ago that talked about it. I haven't managed in Germany in a while. I actually would like to again. It's a shame that we didn't get to go there during the the Outcast to Icon save. Because that would have been a nice time to do that. If we do that save again, which could very well happen, I think I'd make a point of going to Germany at some point in the latter stages of that one, just for that reason alone. Because I do miss it. Cepha. Last time I managed there, I think, was in the old YouTube Building a Nation save with Heidenheim. Ask, get promoted, cost them more and get... I see, right, yeah. So it's basically one of those things where, while you could, I suppose, you just really wouldn't want to because it wouldn't be viable for you. Get it. Foreign players and work permits. You do. Yeah, you don't have that problem in Germany, to be fair. But in Germany, you do have a relegation playoff. So there is a slight extra complication there, but, like, it depends on how much of an issue you consider that to be. Get rid of those. And in 20th every season before going bankrupt. Yeah. It's weird. You feel like a country like the Netherlands should have more... It should be able to... You feel like it should be able to sustain a slightly larger football league. I realise that the population is a lot smaller than a lot of the other larger footballing nations in Europe. But you'd feel like that you'd feel like a third division should be sustainable, but clearly it isn't. Or at the level that you'd want it to be. Right, Zhang. I like his attributes, honestly. And as a future prospect, 3.5 million is quite a bit to spend on him. But I think he could develop into something quite nice. Gilbert? No, he's absolute ass. That's fine, though. To the loan farm with you as well. Wait. I should be signing from us, or was he just a player I was looking at? I always get confused. Oh, apparently, yeah. He was a guy who was here for like 1 season. Gonzalez is going out on loan to who are you? Yeah, he's kind of an average player. Portillo? These must be all the guys from the transfer in list from last stream. They're all just starting to come through now. Oh, the negative transfer stuff. Yeah, I just don't want to touch that anymore. Don't get rogue semi-pro team running up to the top league. Yeah, I guess. But also, that's kind of fun, isn't it? Even if it has like negative consequences later on. That's for later. Netherlands. I think Netherlands is just a bit too high up to do that. Although, that being said, un momento por favor. Because, firstly, just check those two. Nice. They aren't actually as high as they were. Now, they are still quite high. I mean, Austria is the one I always recommend because it's sort of usually just hovering. Yeah, I noticed that the Netherlands seems to drop off quite a lot quite quickly. And they've only come back recently because of years like that, but then they've dropped off again. I thought, where are they going to be next season? Yeah, look at this. They are sliding. Belgium, on the other hand, on the flyer. What are the rules like in the Netherlands? Because obviously with the Netherlands, you'd have no issues with the quality of club. None at all. Interesting. It's certainly something you could do. I don't know if I'd want to. I don't feel like I'd want to start as high up as that, honestly. I don't think I'd ever even really want to do Austria for that reason. Wow, that was... it's all Brazilian freebie players, I think, combined with a few of the cheeky little... I think they were Natty Caps. No, not Natty Caps, that other thing we did. But if they're free, De Silva, on a free... It's a relatively high wage, actually. I've got to be careful with some of those. I'd rather be paying them less money. I think you could... I don't know if you could even do it that quickly. That's the other thing. I think what would happen with the Netherlands is it has the potential to go really far, but it would actually still take you quite a long time. And I think one of the best things about building a nation saves is the progress that you make. Whereas in the Netherlands, you'd almost sort of be kind of like where we are right now, but without the upwardly mobileness. So you'd still have to do kind of all the work that we've done, but you wouldn't see any gains for quite some time, I suspect. And I think that's what might put people off of it, and perhaps me as well, in that sense. Not even a squad registration. Okay, that is cool. That I do like. Yeah, just toppling the top teams would be really, really tough. And it would take you so long to even be able to get the many players out on loan because the top Dutch teams, their reputations compared to yours would be so vast. And I think you'd almost struggle. It's the other side of the coin, essentially, with building a nations, where if you start really low, you can build up that reputation gap really fast and therefore start the loan farm. You've got to be careful, but it can generally work. But in a much larger nation, you've always got that risk of the other tops clubs being too good to ever want to take loans from you, which is why it's been super tough for us to give loans to people like Legia, for example. And one of the things that's probably helped us in this save is actually the sort of churning of the teams that are in Europe each year. It sort of stopped anyone from getting too far ahead as far as their reputation. But you'll know when we've really bridged the gap, when we start getting loans more frequently to people like Legia and probably never Cracovia, just because I think they would never loan players from us because the way that the game has programmed the rivalry to be so strict that I don't think they'll ever take a loan from us, which is probably going to be what brings their downfall later in this save, where they will literally never have any loans from us and thus will not be able to compete with everybody else. Right. So what would we not recommend for a beginner? Because Twitch is not letting me scroll up. Let's see. So avoid Scotland. Yeah, I mean, the Netherlands, Scotland for a beginner, you do have obviously the league split stuff, but it's not too bad, I guess. You do get those extra things in Scotland, because there is squad reg rules, right? But then there's also, hello, who are you? He also feels a little bit like one of those players, and I don't know why or where he's even come from. Concerningly. Cola Sorrow. Please don't tell me you're one of these guys as well. Oh, he bloody well is. He 100% is one of those guys. We just picked him up out of the Emirates League, but he is actually 100% one of those players. Which if he goes out on loan is fine, but I would accept a bid on him, I guess. Because Scotland does have slightly more relaxed reg rules, does it not? What is the game doing here? That was weird. Adrian and the Bayern Munich shirt. I mean, I'd hope not, but ultimately, if they put the bid in, I will have to accept it. Then again, he'll just turn them down, won't he, like he did last time. A medical expert. Might be a bone spur. Oh dear, a bone spur. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, obviously. Obviously. So I couldn't possibly comment on anything that I've not personally experienced. Then I would certainly not want to in case I gave accidentally bad medical advice, which would absolutely be bad because it would be me giving it, right? But ultimately with these things, I think the best bet is just to go see a doctor, right? If it's a concerning thing, just in case, right? Because like, it's almost certainly probably nothing to worry about, but then you get the knowledge that it's nothing to worry about, or at least, you know? Which is the crucial thing. And I say this as someone who hates going to the doctors. Like, absolutely loathes it, because consider the way that I was treated back like 10 years ago when I tried to go in with sort of, not obscure symptoms, but things that I now learned was actually just my sort of ADHD coming to a head and just burning my entire brain out. But it took me 15 years essentially to get to learn that. But at the time, it was like properly dismissive, so to speak. A takeover is the definition of nothing ever happens. Like, we've seen so few takeover attempts in Poland when you consider how many clubs are available too. You'd think there'd be more, but there just isn't. It was Polish lower league starting on the second tier. Nice. 2 youth players. It might be quite difficult to get promoted twice. I actually don't know. No, I don't know if those rules were in place when I was managing Polonia back in the day, but I think you'd be okay. Because if you have to have 2 players, I don't know, I think you'd be alright. I think you'd be surprised at how good the youth quality you could get down there is. Oh, it wasn't even that mushroom, man. It was, I'll always remember the famous quote, have you tried not being so anxious? I'm like, no, thanks, Doc. Didn't think of that. Like, sure, I'm getting random muscular twitches all the time, and like, I can't see very well, and but sure, you know, I hadn't tried that. It's just like, I just sat there and was like, I don't know if I ever want to come back here. It was wild. And I honestly don't think they'd have even taken the Twitch stuff seriously if it wasn't for the fact that it started happening one time while I was in the doctor's office. And it was a different doctor this time as well, which thankfully she was like, oh, that is very profound, was her exact words. I was like, yeah, no fucking shit. Dearie me. I still get that now to this day. It's not nowhere near as bad as it used to be, but it is very, very bizarre when it happens. I'll just be sat there on my arm, that random parts of my muscle just start twitching. And sometimes you get that, right? But it was completely all over my body and it would basically not stop. It was horrible. Have you tried not being sad? But have you though? You know? Have you tried going outside? Oh, it's no longer sunny. I retract that medical advice. Yeah, it was... Because the thing is, when you start receiving, like, getting stuff like that, your brain immediately goes to, like, neurological conditions like motor neuron disease and ALS and things like that. And because that's not how they actually present in that sense, but your brain just thinks that straight away. So I was terrified when all of a sudden it started happening. Because it was pretty much non-stop. Like, I couldn't sleep because I'd feel like under my skin was, like, crawling, particularly my calf muscles. They would almost sort of be, like, not vibrating, but sort of... almost like massaging themselves is the best way to explain it. It's so very strange. Like when you're on a massage chair, that's what my calf looked like. The chair itself. It was so very odd. We're not going to accept that. Look, Tourette's something. Yeah. What eventually helped. So, a couple of things. So eventually I was diagnosed with something called benign fasciculation syndrome, which is basically just, this is nothing serious, but it's still happening and we have to give it a name. And largely, it is caused, generally, by anxiety. So, in a way, the doctor saying, but this wasn't to do with the twitches, technically wasn't wrong. It was just the way that it came across was like, you know, what skin do I have? Sorry. It's Mr. Teeny skin. I just love that we were talking about skin and you asked that question. Yeah, exclamation mark skin and you'll see it. It wasn't lupus. I checked. Checked with a certain doctor, Dr. Hotel, I think his name was. Lucinio... No, I will not be selling him. Joseph's in. It did. It absolutely did. It was that, and I was quite low on magnesium too. And I found out later, much more recently, that apparently brains, like people with ADHD, are often magnesium deficient, which is such a weird thing. But basically, it seems to be that most of the things that were going on there were essentially caused by, like, a kind of brain burnout for the first time in adulthood, because I had no idea what was going on, and it wasn't really until last year that finally got resolved, essentially. So I rarely have it anymore, but it does still happen occasionally if I get anxious. We need magnesium. Yeah, it's... I heard that... I mean, this is stuff I've read, so again, pinch of salt, etc., etc. But it was... I can't remember exactly why. It was either to do with the medication, but I believe it wasn't. It was actually just to do with the way that the sort of condition affects the brain in the first place. That just means you just use more magnesium for whatever reason. 30 at the start of the season. Ah! Is that built into FM, though? Or is that just in real life? Do they actually have that as a functionality? Ooh. Speaking of the Netherlands, there's a Finnish dude at RZ. Lovely. I think we might finish looking at all the Brazilian lads as well now. Oh, no. Carl Caulfield didn't turn out to be any good. Wait, was that Carl? I swear that was. I recognise the name. I swear I saw his name. I think he was in there, big old Carl. Oh, well, moving that. IRL. Okay. But I think what we were discussing was that no one really does it because they would just be in huge financial trouble, right? He was in there. Good. It's good to know. There's Soma Schmidt here at MTK who have, I think, the best youth academy in Bulgaria. Bulgaria? They've also got the best one in Hungary too. They're spreading out. They're Mr. Worldwide at this point. Tier 2 as well. I don't know if they have it in Tier 2. I think in the Netherlands, Tier 2 is like, just, they have a playoff, I think, right? Similar to Germany, maybe? The only time I've actually managed in the Netherlands in FM was when I managed Den Haag briefly as part of Outcast to Icons that time back on the YouTube days. Pustinen. Hang on, let's show this guy. Oh, there's another guy at MTK. Okay. Fair enough. Why not? MTK Sofia, that's the one. Joel Pustinen. Unsure of him, but he is only 16, so it's not like I could judge him too soon on that. And we have got him very early on a couple of these guys. I assume that's because he must be in the Finnish under 21 or under 19 squads. I'm guessing that's how we know about him. I know, I can't believe I would disrespect MTK like that. One of my favourite little teams. Little teams. My favourite little teams, you know? Right. That's a lot of players that are... Holy shit. Naeem's still missing. I literally rested him for the last game. But I think the downside was that I played him in so very many... wait. Let's just change the squad around. I played him in all of those Club World Cup games, and I did run half of our team into the ground in those games, which was probably a mistake. Let's have a little gander here. Highest placed teams combined with the top two teams. Oh, I see. So it's like a big playoff that involves everybody. I see. The Hungarian Physical Exercises Association. That's the one. Exercise isn't going to happen by itself, is it? You have to participate. Aguilar, I took him out. Pazos I took out. Facone I took out. Wow, I took quite a lot of players out. Oh, Shokri. I forgot he was back. But I don't know who else I'd bring in at this point. I mean, Uche doesn't need to be registered, crucially. Is there anyone that could realistically drop out that I'm not going to care too much about? Herrera will probably kick off if I do. I wouldn't mind selling him, though. Because he is one of those guys. Do you know what? I'm going to do it. Just to give us a bit more depth and allow Shokri to come back in again. Until he finds a loan, potentially. And he's homegrown as well. Is Bellingham at least registered now? He is good. Tomashevic. Shit, he's not registered either. Didn't think we'd have this problem so soon. Who else doesn't need to be here? I think a couple of guys that are just going to end up getting sold, which will probably help with the squad depth in the league a little bit. But we've got some quite good players. Oh, I forgot about Mana. We can finally give Mana a proper go. Was he not eligible for the... Oh, he wasn't eligible for the Club World Cup, was he? Well, I'll have to leave it at that for the moment. Proud of Poland. I enjoy Poland. It was actually a really, really lovely place to go. I was talking to my sister about this yesterday. I had such a lovely time in Poland. I'd love to go back. He is registered now, though, isn't he? Even though the game says he's not. I think. Yeah, there we go. Although half the bench aren't. So we'll have to take them out. Pazos, Facone, Aguirre. The squad... That's the other thing about signing those guys slightly older. They'll never count as homegrown Poland trained, and that's one of the things we like to try to prioritise for this exact reason, right? Petit... I like the idea of Petit Tottenham. Petit Tottenham. That works. Well, I'm proud of it too. Unfortunately, Matty Cash is retired. He took his retirement in the summer. As if I thought you were talking about me. The hubris of this streamer knows no bounds. He's unstoppable. Obradovic, Lucinho, yeah, that'll be okay. Fila could probably do with the rest, but we are really light there, actually. It's going to have to be Dura, isn't it? Realistically. Christ on the mic. Hello, Whitegates. I am a proper narcissist, you know me. I mean, I probably think this song's about me, all right? I'm so vain. Molsky to the bench. Mana to the bench, but I'll probably bring him in. Bruno to the bench. Gambari as well. Christ, I forgot about you. Get Job on the bench too. Oh, and Uche as well. I'm tempted to try Uche instead of Lucinho for this game. For the memes. Although, now's probably a good time to actually train him for the role. What an idea! In possession role, CM. And then CM. Other than his off the ball, which we can work on later, don't mind that at all. Is this the Atleti thing?
You know,
yeah.
If there's a train coming.
It's so Atletico coded, but
sure.
I do like the fact that UEFA have just kind of gone,
not.
stop complaining and get on with it. Squall, thank you very much for the follow. Did I say thank you for the follow, Blackheart? If I didn't, thank you for the follow. Pull of a comeback? Absolutely not. I just really don't think so. PSG are so goddamn good. I feel like they have to believe, and they definitely looked better against Fulham, but we've definitely helped them look better against us by not participating in the football match along with them. So when you've got a team that's there to roll over and have their bellies tickled like we were, it does sort of put it into perspective a little bit, I guess. I want to try Mana. Excuse me. Mana from heaven, hopefully. What footedness is Mana? Ah, excellent. Both, pretty much. Oh, dear. Yeah, I think I'll go with that for this one. I want to see what Uche's like. I want to see what Mana's like. I want to get Bruno off the bench in this game as well, because it's Bruno. How could you not? Fuck it, we'll play this one as well. Oh. Ah. Right. So the bench is going to need a couple of extra lads on it. Piakoski probably in instead of Cassidy. Oh, my days. Molsky's not even been here long enough to count as one of those yet, has he? He's only a under 21 player. I might have to leave spaces on the bench. I hate having to dip into these other teams to find these players because you just have no idea if they're any good or not. Or how many of them actually even count. Okay, there's a few more down here. Can maybe bring you on instead of Herrera, who's not available. And then other guy... Adamczyk was quite good rated at one point, I think. I'll move you on the bench instead of Adrian. But that's another reason why we need to get those guys younger. Oh, dear. Battered us. I don't think we even battered you. I think that you'd kind of not given up at that point, but you kind of committed to that was the result. And I don't think you felt like we were ever going to score because I just don't think we were. I think PSG will be able to play in transition so well against Liverpool that it's one of those games actually that now I think about it, I think they can win, but they're going to need an incredible goalkeeping performance because they're going to have to leave gaps in order to take PSG on. And with the scoreline being what it is, PSG will really only think that they probably need one goal to pretty much put it, not beyond them, but very, very difficult. Playing at home, they've got that, but that means the pressure's on as well. I think it's the sort of game I can see finishing like 2-2. And you know what? I might lock that in as my prediction for later. 2-2. Like, I feel like Liverpool could take the lead in that game, but then as they push for that second one, I think PSG will just catch them. I weirdly thought that Marbadashvili didn't even look that bad in the first leg. It seemed to me like if it wasn't for him, Liverpool would have lost by a lot more. He was pulling off some really good saves, and I know that there seems to be some other issues with him, but I think from like his shot stopping seems to be really, really decent. But I don't know. I think the defense in front of him were just giving up so many chances. I think sometimes people see a goal go in and they just assume the goalkeeper's somehow at fault for that, when in fact, you know, a goalkeeper can't be expected to save every single shot. The defense have to be stopping the other team from getting those in the first place. I actually think he's quite I don't mind him, Mamadashvili. Okay, this is bold football. What are we doing here? Oh, spent all the monies. No, but we are progressing. I might actually make this like one of the last league games we actually watched. I just wanted to see what the couple of the new guys look like in the match engine. That way we can burn through more of the window and actually bring some more signings in. Yeah, when Diakite concedes... Oh, no, it's different though, because when it's Diakite, it's his fault. When it's any other goalkeeper, it's not their fault. You've misunderstood. I'm a hypocrite, you see. And I realise that you might not have known that straight away, but now you do. Uche, he's very far forward. Oh, Yenzi boy. Uche doesn't have any, like, heinous PPMs, does he? No. Okay, we're good. I was worried that he might have some, like, get forward, whatever possible nonsense. We were so on the bench. The thing is, we do have stuff to play for. That's the thing that fucks me up about it. We absolutely have things to play for. We just chose not to play for them. Like, Fulham were just as in that battle as everybody else in the mushy middle for European spots. And we just went, nah, can't be fucked. That's what's very frustrating about it as a Fulham fan. What a save from their goalkeeper. Dikete's 20, I believe. Downgrade on Kelleher. I was surprised when they sold Kelleher. I know they got some decent money. Or was this like a PSR type thing again? Oh, at least we won't have to worry about that anymore. But I think Dikete's 19 or 20. Yeah, that's the thing. With how... Oh, he's actually 21 now. Despite how he's going to be mid as all hell, we'll just get the one random year. Had a great year. I don't think we have had a great year. I think we've actually been really, really average this year. We keep constantly messing up on opportunities to actually be good. We're just part of that Bermuda Triangle of mid in the centre of the Premier League, where everyone's inconsistent. Nobody's willing to just take the reins on it and just, yeah. Silva as well won't sign a new contract, as far as we know. So it's like 22. I think he's only just turned 21, so it's going to be a while yet. Only what, 12 million? That's... He seems like he's been decent for Brentford. And I guess if he wanted to get out there and get Premier League minutes, then... I feel like it does seem like an upgrade, for sure, for Brentford's situation. At first, it looked a little bit... like, he looked a little shaky when he first came in. But he, for me, was definitely an upgrade over Flecken. And the fact that they actually managed to get money for Flecken, I was impressed by as well. Salty Scotsman, thank you for the 47 months. That is many months. It's also just occurred to me, we're playing the same team that we just played in the last game, just on our first game of the season, and we're losing again! Ah. Before they signed Tudor. I just don't know why he would want to take the job at that point. Like, that's the problem now. When you put yourself in that position, you're essentially just... You're asking a manager, hey, come and relegate this team. I know you're also asking them, hey, come keep this team up, but the risk is so high that you just ruin your reputation if you bugger it up a little bit. I think Marco Silva would have been mad to take the Spurs job at that point. Like, start the season maybe if they'd offered it to him. I could see why he would have maybe wanted to make that move. But now, absolutely not. That recruitment seems to... And besides, they've got De Zerbi now. I mean, I know he said he'd stay in the Championship, but people say a lot of things. I'll be curious to see if that does actually happen. End of season report after the final day of the season. Ideas. Hang on. What do you mean, you know? Forgive me. It just always seemed like Flecken was like one of the weak points in Brentford's team a little bit. Man, or Chelsea. I just don't see that myself either. I could see Silva leaving 100%, but I don't think he'd be in it. I think he'd go to somewhere in Europe. Like somewhere on the continent, that is. Shockery! Nice! With a leveler. Honestly, Andrew, I kind of agree. But I wonder how much worse they would have been if they'd just stuck with Ange. He always wins a trophy in his third season, right? Something? Like Teacher's Grade. Oh. For who? For the top club. I just think that the Premier League experience thing is an absolute, like, waffle. Because ultimately it's meaningless. Lots of people have Premier League experience. Doesn't mean it was good. Like, some players have played 200 games in the Premier League and been awful. And same with managers that have managed a lot in the Premier League and been absolute shite. Like, managers. I mean, for Silva, like a C, maybe? Scott Parker has Premier League experience. Ultimately, does the manager that you're looking to sign fit your recruitment strategy, what you want for the club long term? Are they the type of manager who's actually going to fit the culture at the club? But there's just so many more intangibles than just like they've got Premier League experience, and this is what often costs team their places in the Premier League a lot of the time. Abroad though, oh absolutely, but we're talking about Marco Silva, who's famously not English, he's Portuguese, so I think he'd probably do okay, given that he'd managed in Portugal before that. I think he'd only managed in Portugal. Oh no, but did he manage in Greece at one point too? I forget. He may have managed in Greece, I forget. Do you know who I'd quite like? I quite like the PSG assistant. I think his name's Rafael Pol. He is a very, very interesting man. And I would wonder if he'd be tempted away by a first team job, potentially. Because he has actually said some really, really interesting things. And he has some very interesting opinions on tactics. And has written like papers about this kind of stuff too. He's a very sort of cerebral character, which sometimes isn't always what you want. But I wonder if he'd be willing to be prized away from being Luis Enrique's assistant at PSG. But he's a fascinating bloke. Parker blamed AI for 2 offsides. Did he? Did he do it while wearing a Givenchy sweater? Because if so, if he didn't, I'm not interested. Parker for Gerald. I think that, I mean, what, at this stage in the season, or like for next year perhaps, because I could see them maybe doing that in the summer. Have we got any Burnley fans in chat? I assume we do. Like, have Parker's tactics evolved any? Or is it just a case of he's come up with Burnley and just tried to do that same kind of pragmatism in the second tier? Scott Parker to Spurs. Do you know what? In the Championship, 100%. You'd never concede a goal ever again. Or like 2 all season. But then you'd get to the Premier League and you'd do the same thing. Vincent Kompany. I'm still not convinced. I'm not convinced accompanied by Vincent Kompany. I'm an anti-Burnley fan. I'm not anti-Burnley, but I am anti-Scott Parker, so I agree. We warned you that this would happen. Uche's done okay, actually. 7.77. That's fine for that role. Who was the other new boy? Mana. Looks competent enough. I'll bring Abdullahi in. Just kind of refresh the lads in the right places. Let's get Piakovsky on. What could possibly go wrong there? And maybe a bit of that. Duro Catalan have struggled a little wee bit today, but what can you do? There's no way Romero's staying with Spurs in the Championship if they went down. Hasn't he already said pretty much that he would just be straight off? Plus, I think they'd almost kind of want to a little bit. Clean house, get some cash in, and go again. Look like Keith Andrews. I mean, you know my theory on my feelings on Keith Andrews, but ultimately, I think he's done a really good job, and I hate to say that, but either that or he's riding on the coattails of what Thomas Frank has done, and it's not yet clicked in his full style. And when it does, maybe next season, it'll be appalling. League Final YouTube video drop. Yeah, the Champions League Final was on last Thursday, so that recap video won't. That's this season that we're in currently. You know what I should go for? I mean, they could do a lot worse than just sticking with Michael Carrick. I know that they were shit against Leeds last night, for sure. Basically, the final gets rolled into the recap for the following season, but obviously I can't do the recap for the following season until that season has actually elapsed. First half of the game, I would say you missed the best bit, but you didn't because the whole game was like that. But I won't say anything else. There are some score lines being banded around in this league by now. Jagiellonian with a 7-1 win against Wisła Płock, and Zagłębie Lubin dropping 6 on Górnik away. Meanwhile, we draw. Off to a flyer as always. Goodness me. We're a jumper that you can buy at H&M. Good for him. Is it Kim Hellberg, the Middlesbrough manager? They seem to be doing okay-ish, right? I mean, the Saints guy, which I'm putting a lot of the faith in. I think that's Aaron that's mostly done that. He's the real reason that Saints have started winning. Oh, you're going to get a really low points tally, end up getting 7th or even potentially 6th place this year. When you compare it to last season and the number of points you needed to get those positions because of how shit the teams at the bottom were, this year it's so different to that. There was just so many more points, so many less points needed to get the top of the mushy middle. Bergvall, Gray would not say. I think if Spurs did go down, I know this would be tough. They would have to do everything possible to keep hold of Gray. If they don't keep anybody else, for the love of God, try to keep him. Because I feel like he's the kind of guy you can rebuild around. Like, he seems like he actually gives a shit. Did I just load into Milan? Oh, it's not a lot of money that actually is. Oh, well, we move. It's another out. No, 103. Have you really? Wow. I feel like Brentford are always winning. Maybe it's just draws. Right, I see. So they were doing quite well initially under Hellberg, though, right? And then it just sort of fell apart. I saw a graphic the other day that was comparing how close they were to Coventry at one stage and how like that sort of disappeared as well. Who loaned to Milan? It was one of the Spanish Scourge guys. My hope is that by loaning him out there, maybe we can get him to buy him off of us or something. So Polish for European football, I couldn't tell you honestly. Like this season, no idea. I mean, let's look at the preview, for example. This is what it reckons the current hierarchy is like.
Insert
Viking
funny
Superman.
message here.
with a 73. You'd love to see it. Are you perhaps around for dubs later, sir? Alvarez will go to eventually. I mean, he's had his move to Man City. Now he's at Atleti. Unlikely to probably move to Real out of that. I mean, maybe Bayern, perhaps? I don't know. Like, maybe back to wing, but then where? It's... So, yeah, Wisła, Legia, Recruitment and Lech Poznan, but this changes so frequently, you have no idea. Like, it's so often when they make these signings that this just flip around all over the place. But I would be willing to bet that Wisła Płock are going to be like runaway bottom of the league. But I think Arca might go with them. And I know I'm saying that after they've literally just taken points off of us in both games. But I think they go, and I think Alex Greenwood's Ruk Herzog go too. And I think one of these teams is going to randomly overperform loads. But this could all change as the window progresses. Long-term plan. We don't really have a long-term plan. He's the best we have right now, and there's nobody there that is going to move the needle at the moment. So until someone else comes along, I'm content with him for the moment, but not entirely sold. He's sort of, by pure luck in a way, won the ability to sort of turn it around for us in a way. Basketball some levers. I mean, they've always got more levers. When you just don't know where the levers are, they find the levers. Work out tonight to take up the living room. But then we can all support. She won't hear us, but you can relay the messages. Did they just have... Oh, I thought it was 7 different goal scorers too. That would have been wild. Hey, the next gen guy did big things again. Another hat-trick for Mr. Georgia. Maybe Zach will be better this season. Who knows? An Arca at Arca would be fantastic. Just a manager's name who matches the club. Like, oh, there was one like that, wasn't there? The Wolfgang Wolf who managed Wolfsburg, I think. That's the best one I can think of off the top of my head, at least. Lone Farm got Valverde. I don't know, actually. That's not a name that rings a bell with me. Oh, Velarde. Paul Velarde. No, he's not a Lone Farm guy. He's actually a player that they have signed. Damn. It's impressive that the game considers a newly promoted player's right-sided winger to be... And he's 100% a Spanish Scourge player, by the way. To be one of those. And do you know what? They're probably right. But that's impressive because I think he's the only one in there that isn't one of our players. Yeah, literally. He's the only player that makes it in that isn't one of our players. So maybe even more reason to keep an eye on Vidjev Watch this season. Marcin Brosz is the manager right now. That was the league's top 11, yeah. Damn, okay. That's a good sign. Sat in the way. Ah, true. Of course, I forget where it... Yeah, of course. I always picture it at the desk. For free as well. Holy shit, well played. Nuremberger for Nuremberg. That's not too bad. We haven't had a John Fulham play for Fulham, sadly. Not yet. But I don't know. I can feel him in the youth academy, ready to burst onto the scene. What I do want to have a look at is the transfers, just in case there have been any major moves. We just do it the other way around. Obviously, loads of outs for us there. Got a Lechia Gdansk, but they're all real. So there's a few freebies knocking about here too. That was us signing people again. Cracovia picked up a guy here. Marco Carter on a free. That was us signing people again. There's a few little regens being plucked out of nothingness there. No, like... Oh, hang on. There's a bit more there. That's mostly sales. They seem to do a lot of their business later in the window, I've noticed. Like, what is the biggest sale or buy that's happened that wasn't one of us? So Lech Poznan selling one of the presumably Spanish Scourge players to Cadiz and then buying Takari off of us. But over that, no one spent more than £1 million yet. But hopefully they will do as the window encroaches on us yet. I don't think we're at a stage now when there's any other Polish teams that are yet to playing in Europe yet. Because we obviously go straight in. Arca goes straight in. And I believe the earliest of anybody else going in is that second round. Sorry. Also, we might have that draw soon, actually. Review transfer offer. Oh, yeah, not happening. No chance. He almost certainly was. I mean, if you missed it last stream, Harvey Elliott signed for GKS Katowice. And they still have Jaden Philogene, as far as I know as well. So they've got Elliott and Philogene. I think they do. Yep. Literally, their two key players are Harvey Elliott and Jaden Philogene. I love it when FM does this. Have they got anyone else in here that, while we're here? Just looking for any like real players that we're seeing in there. Doesn't look like it. They've still got Maciej Kuziemka as well. Holy shit. Salva Sevilla players. That's good. Nothing like a bit of nominative determinism to get you going in the morning. In the entire save? Ooh. Oh, actually, I do know the answer to this. I will show you, but I also do know the answer because I believe the answer is when Bugenhagen, yes, that's his real name, was sold to a German side, I believe Dortmund, for like 12 million pounds last summer, I think. Can we see it under Poland, perhaps? Or it'd be cool if there was like a leading transfers thing that's specifically for Poland, but there isn't. So actually, Serrano is £8 million from Lech Poznan to Cadiz because it shows the full breakdown there. Then you've got £4 million there. Wow, that's a huge drop. We didn't sign many people for a lot of money last year, did we? Oh, it's because it's not year by year. It's, oh my god. Surely there's a way to do this year by year, right? Yeah, we'll have to go back to the league. It's not like anyone outside of the top flight is going to be selling players for loads, right? Yeah, it's just easy to do it this way. Except for the fact that it prioritizes loans at the top for some reason, which is very strange. So yeah, there was that. Then last season, there was... Cracovia sold a guy to Bayern for £7 million, which is not a bad amount, but there was definitely one higher than that, I think. I think it was this one here. Yes. Why is that... Oh, wow, okay, I didn't see that. So Onyedika actually went from Korona Kielce to Wolfsburg for 9.7 million, rising to nearly 12. And then Bugenhagen went from Legia to Dortmund for 4.7 million, rising potentially to 12.25. And he's already asking to leave the club. Because of course he is. Having preferences audio-visual to... Hang on, they use the pre-generated pictures instead of dynamic ticked. I do not, as far as I know, no. I'm pretty certain unless I accidentally ticked it while I was showing that person how to tick it. Yeah. Use pre-generated pictures. Yeah, I don't have the pre-generated pictures thing ticked, and I do have it set to show the pictures of the regens as well. Gus Show Business! Your full name, as always. Thank you for the 29 months, my friend. Hope you're well on this fine morning. At least scout him. I mean... There wouldn't really be much point. Bear in mind, Bugenhagen, I'm pretty certain... Actually, no, he's only 22 now, so he definitely isn't one of those players, is he? Because he's... Oh, no, he could be. Like, for me, he's not the type of player I'd want to sign anyway, because he'd cost us an absolute fortune, and I think he probably is one of those players, because he's the same kind of age bracket as they all seem to be. Mortgage installments. I don't think I'm going to do that. But he's in for free. Wrong button. Transfer out should hopefully have some new options for us in there, potentially. Oh, actually there is. Hey, Casapia actually wants someone for once. For once. These guys seem to be willing to take more loans from us lately, albeit much worse players, but that's to be expected. Oh, wait, no, I do 10%, don't I? Because otherwise it doesn't like it very much. I might leave that one at free, because they're such a bad side. Stalmilek, no one for them. Lech Poznan, Redondo. Didn't I already offer Redondo out? Yeah, they're already bidding on him, so I don't think that would really work. Legnica? No one for you. Rakov? Araya, they're already bidding on him as well. Braun, I think he's already under a bid from them too. Araya again. Araya again. Ah! This guy was a youth intake player, I think, who I've not tried to loan out before. I can always tell, because if I've loaned them out during this method before, it remembers what I offered them out at, which is quite useful, actually. Shout out to SI for that feature, at least. I think that's fine on the rest of them, isn't it? I don't believe there's any more. That's Redondo again. Who's Newcastle want? Probably... Oh, yeah, they want an inside forward, so technically we don't have anybody there. I think that's what they also do. Spurs want... Spurs want everybody, it would seem. That's just our entire back line. Every single centre-back we have at the club, Spurs are like, yeah, we'll have one of those. And they can't have them. Not allowed. Won't let it happen. So I think you're still about, Saz. Wait. Ah, there you are. At Brøndby. And, wow, foreseeable future as well. Locked down. 2035 on the contract. 2 seasons there. Albeit not actually playing for them at all. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Because the thing is, it used to do that before they even introduced the thing where it would remember what screen you're on and stuff, or rather what things you'd set on a screen. So you're right, it probably is one of those things that in 26, the next patch will come out and it'll be like bug fix. The loan thing no longer defaults to what you said at the previous time, so that way you get to do it again. I've probably spoken that into existence, haven't I? Yeah, you seem to be sort of a bit part player, and were playing a few games for Milan in Serie A, but since the move to Denmark, it's not really worked out that well for you, unfortunately. Right. I feel like there's just a never-ending list of players joining us all the time, and I never remember actually signing a lot of them. Also, we're down to £8 million in transfer budget now. Am I going to actually have to stop signing people? I would never. It's fine. Hopefully someone will bid on one of our Spanish Scourge players so we can just get a shitload of money coming in. So Edward Anderson's trial's coming to an end. That's oddly specific that they're both in separate screenshots. Are we still good on that one? Yeah, we are. I need to consolidate them, but I can't risk them leaving the club for any kind of length. Possible loan farm, guys. So basically, this is Transfer Room Out. What it does is it's sort of the same as Transfer Room In, but it's like a message board that you can look on and filter by transfer or loan. And all it basically shows is, so Stal Zhezhov have put up a request that says, we're looking for a centre-back for squad player playing time. And if you click on it, it shows any players that my director of football believes that meet those requirements, and then you can offer them to them like that, and it will like default the loan to them as the target. So it's like a way of... It's like an extra step that you can do that is really, really useful, because I find that where it's really, really good is for loaning out players that are a little bit better than the normal loan farm kind of dudes. Not always. Sometimes the guys in here are just a bit naff as well. That's a new one. There you go. He's a youth player, admittedly, but I have offered him out before. But he's only on £100 a week. But you could just look through here, and it shows you the interest levels. Now, this means that they're usually wanted by a team in Poland, but not always, and it doesn't always show up like that. So you can definitely, from what I can see at least, get extra loan outs on top. And for the really decent players, this is where it's really functional, because it seems like the big clubs love signing players out of this list. I mean, as it happens, the big players that are on this list currently were actually already under a bid from those exact same clubs, but it's possibly just because I offered them out when I did, and they were already in there at the time. So you're going out on loan as well. Soros, he's going! That's a huge one for Piasklevica. That could be a game changer, because they are in Europe for us next season, I believe. Mop the floor with this team. Would they? Oh, no. Anyway, Big Bob is not actually his name. Mop the floor with this team. Oh, dear. They probably should have done that when we played them. Brooke Gilbert is out on loan as well. Sora's gone out on loan, which is great. He's a huge player for them. Like, getting him out on loan is going to be... And he relishes big matches, so if they actually get into any big matches, he could be good. But yeah, Big Bob is actually his real name, but he's a Patreon region, so it's like a custom name that was set by the owner of that particular Patreon player. A bit of that as well. I have to wait until the other... these ones have sort of finalised themselves, because otherwise it will block me from doing stuff. Yostix! Thank you very much for the 3 months, friend. Hope you're well today. Has the weather got better now? Nope. It was so gorgeous at the start of stream. And now it's just... Well, not grey, but... It's not as nice as it could be, you know? Stuart Brown. You're still at crew, actually. At least we've got more scouting knowledge of you at this point. Good on both feet. Model citizen. Just had a... Ooh, actually, to be fair, since leaving Austria, you have got relegated with crew, admittedly, but playing in this 4th tier of English football and now getting promoted with them again, you seem to have found a lot of games for a start. Like, what's that? Over 100 matches probably in the last 3 seasons. Back up to the top, like the 3rd tier. You never know. It's just nice to see the Patreon players getting bloody matches more than anything else. You have removed loans altogether. We don't do those loans anymore. It's coming back along with international football. Those 2 great things. This guy here, I know he's another one of those players, but he's very good. He was... The moustaches still throw me. They almost don't look like they're attached to their faces, is what it is. His goal record in the top flight is absolutely obscene. 15 in 26, 16 in 32, 20 in 33, 15 in 32. He's going to get you like 15 goals a season in the top flight, and he's already banged 2 to start this year. Damn. Added to the name pool. So we don't know for sure, but I believe they do, yes. Because I think that's just how it works. Because they wouldn't have done on a normal save, where we had to use the EDT files to add the Patreon players. But because we had to use the pre-game editor this year to do the Patreon players, which is why you guys got more control over the players, they technically are added as actual players, even though they show up as regens, which is really weird. Prince and Lovu. Nah, I refuse to. And so technically they are in theory affecting the name pool, but we can't wait till we see the first example. Yeah, they don't do loans in women's football, so I've heard. I want the pasta influx. Curry signing confirmed. Wait. Did we not already sign Max Curry, or would he not... Forgive me. I could have sworn we already got this guy. Did he go back on loan, or was he just too young to join us? Either way, Do you know what? He's actually not that bad. He's unlikely to ever play for us, but he's sort of on the fringes of perhaps even, maybe not a national team call-up, but he looks okay, could be a decent loan farm player, and he's probably the best Kiwi player we've got. Like, his physicals are actually kind of good. Natural fitness is absolute ass, though. That's probably what's going to hold him back long-term. What are they giving us now? Oh, wow, an extra sports scientist, my favourite. I did not notice the man's name. Muncum Chol on trial. I mean, sure, why not? If you want him. Buyback clauses there. Newcastle want... No, absolutely not. I think I must have had an argument with them. I didn't even realise it. Do training instructions. They don't match, really. Wait, which two places? Because I'd have thought that you could do it on there. And what is the other screen that you could do the training instruction? Or is it actually in like the training menu itself? Which I actually admit I've not really got into. Is it this one? Oh, that's the same screen. Overview? Ooh, kind of curious now. Hello, JP. Honestly, yeah. Like, it's kind of like what I do with the 4-star freebie players. Free agents. The great thing about free agents, though, is if they actually are free agents, you could trial them. So at the very least, you then can do a little bit of scouting, even if it's not like a full scout report. Oh, good lord. Catalan's now hurt himself. Typical. So if you've got the wage budget available, then 100% worth doing it. Now, our situation financially is a little bit weird right now because our wage budget's okay. The transfer budget's not amazingly large, but we earned like £90 million from playing in the Club World Cup, even though we didn't win it. And I think what I might be able to do later in the window, if we don't get a sale, is just ask the board for more money, because I think they would do okay. Signing players he didn't. Yeah, pretty much. When you sign as many players as I do, they're all just numbers to me. Oh, that's actually not ideal. Particularly with our current situation of having no strikers available, basically. Right. Have we got any, like, players that are at the club that could be moved to the first team to play striker for us? I need to find out, because... Okay, who's C? Or at least season has decent PA more than anything else. A couple of strikers there, but they're both... oh, Simon. But he's another of the Spanish Scourge players. Salifu from Togo? What about Pogon? He might end up having to get a first team call up. He's worth absolutely nothing. But I think he might technically count for that game, maybe? The question is whether he needs to be registered or not, because that would actually be the other big deal. Let's see who's got the highest CA. Any strikers? Suarez again, but I could register Suarez at least, actually. That probably would make sense. Oh, I don't think we've gone far enough yet. I think it's 28 days, and we've only maybe gone about... When was the Arca game? Ah, yeah, we've only gone 5 days. Right, I'm going to press continue a bit. He will basically solve a lot of the problems if we can recall him. I think we can. Like, the game says we can't for 28 days, which I think is true. But I'm just hoping that we actually can recall him from that loan properly. Why is it only showing me 9 players when we've got like 1,000 dudes on here? I updated it so it shows this every like week, I think. Or is it every 2? Oh, I think it's every 2 days, actually, outside of when we're inside of a window now. Just so that we don't lose anybody. Danny Cabral, sure, why not? If you're willing to join us and your wage is nice and low, sure. Straight to the loan farm with you. These guys are just the loan farm bread and butter the entire time. I just realised I wasn't actually offering a trade, I was buying him. It's a bit too quick, you're right. I need to slow the pace down a little bit. There was me saying, oh no, absolutely not. Oh yeah, I'm going to burn through this. Tell you what it is, it's because I liked watching the match. I do just like watching matches. That's what makes it harder in 26 in a way, is that I really do like the match engine, so I'm less sort of inclined to be like, I'm just not going to bother with that one. But probably should at least try to speed things up a little bit. And certainly once we get into Europe, obviously that'll be much, much easier, because then we'll have European games to watch instead. But when we're in this sort of weird summer period, because we sometimes play like 7 league games before we even play a single European match, because it's only the middle of July right now, and we don't have any European matches for ages yet. Hugo Larsson. Is that from Wisła Kraków? Is he, though? Not for £91 million, he's not. Do you know what? I think he might be slightly out of my price. He's a really good player, though. Holy shit. Another player of the Frankfurt ilk. Don't think I'd want to be spending 91 million on him, though. As good as he is, because he is exceptionally good. Oh, he's so good. I am going to keep an eye on him, though. In case they drop his price to, say, 10 million. Then maybe I'll step in. Or we get him on a free or something. I don't know. But he's very good. Damn, he's awesome. I mean, nearly 100 caps for Sweden. He's 29 as well. 2 years left on the deal. Info Damshook, because that's transfer him out. I even turned on the timer thing. The problem is, when we're doing things like this, it stops every single time anyway, because I have to agree to all of these loans. Another thing the dev list would... I didn't think I'd miss it as much as I have. People said, oh, I missed the dev list massively. And I was just like, it's okay. I miss it, but not that bad. It kind of is actually, isn't it? So he's going out on loan as well. The loan farm actually halved in its size over the at the end of that because of all the push near poor meets the players coming back. So it went up to like 125. Now it's 145. That will climb up a lot, and then I can push to near poor Mitza as well. Hugo's wages. Hugo. Who is Hugo? Have I already forgotten a player? Because that totally feels like something I would do. Oh, was his name Hugo? I didn't even see his name. I think his wages were largely very, very high. I'll check though. Ernest Governor. No governors around these parts. That's a great name though. Makes me wonder if Governor... are some McGoverns? No, not quite. There could be though. Right, let me just go back to him. It was that news article, wasn't it? It was Larson. This is where it will do that thing where it just removes the report. Where is the bloody report? There it is, Larson. Hugo Larson is on 100 and circa about 165k. Usually it's somewhere in the middle of this. I'm not really sure why they added this weird disparity when I'm pretty certain the number is usually always in the middle. So obviously we can't afford his wages, but I often find players, not always, are usually willing to take a little bit of a wage cut. Up to an hour. I imagine if you've got it on full matches, it should be taking more than an hour, right? Although I always find that even if you've got it on like full match, you do find that you get through it in usually less than 90 minutes, unless you dick about like I do, because it does sort of jump about a little bit whenever the ball goes out of play. Redondo's going to Legia. That's a big, big move. That actually rules. Redondo out on loan at Legia, along with Audi Kukonda, they're building something right now. Right, I need to make sure I get Anderson and Big Bob back in again. But at least everyone last year pretty much got wanted as well by Woods and, of course, them. I'm hoping that trialing them doesn't put them off, but the problem is if we leave them out in the wild for too long, they just retire so easily. Like, we've already lost one other player, and I do not know who it was, unfortunately. I'll have to go through and figure that out at the end of the season when I do the recap, but I hate losing the Patreon players from that. Right, a bit of that. What I should check probably is to see if anyone has actually got a game yet in Europe, because I think there is definitely one team that does second round. But I can't for the life of me remember who it was. It's not Piasklevica then. If it's going to be anyone, it might be someone like Motor, perhaps. Like Poznan. There you go. Legia Warszawa have got their third round qualifying draw against Sporting. That might be tough. Particularly as they're already missing a few people as well. So Legia are going to play Sporting in the third round. Krakowi aren't in Europe anymore. Pogon aren't. Motor don't have a draw yet. Neither do Rakov. Obviously they wouldn't. So it looks like it's just them for the time being. How many... Those loans seem to have taken an absolute decade to go through as well, which doesn't help. But I think it's just because there was that massive batch that I offered out right at the start of stream and was accepting them. But it's still working through those. There was like 70 players on there or something. Hello, Hayden. I have some Warpoem tiles in the bedroom. Nice, nice. Won the second league first season, yeah. 4.3 million. Holy shit. Fair enough. Plus, you should in theory get a nice big bump up of... money when you get promoted to the top flight, because there's a lot of money available basically. We certainly got a shitload of money that first season. We're able to do quite a lot with it too. So Seagan's going out as well. There's loads of them. And this year it's like, do we really... I mean, could we get back to the final again? I think it depends on... Oh, that does suck. Dimitris Terzis. I thought he was quite a good player. Only 17, out on loan at Polonia. Torn lateral meniscus, 6 months out. Oofy. That should mean, though, at the very least, that I might still be able to extend his loan at the end of the season. Because that's the real quiz here. Liga 3. I mean, Liga 3, as far as I know, is just... because that's still... Still national, isn't it, at that point? His lateral meniscus. I believe it's to do with the knee, right? Certainly sounds like an injury I wouldn't want. Although, you could have hidden the name of the injury and just showed me the out time, and I would have probably said that as well. So that's second round, first leg. I wonder why they've already been drawn then. I guess it's just because there's no one else they could have potentially got in there. Let me check the player database as well. See if there's anyone. Hello, random man. Wait. Hang on, what report is this? Oh, it's still the Brazil one. Wait, who are you? Hello, Rafinha. I assume we just haven't had a report through from him yet, but damn, okay. I'll definitely sign you. Yeah, we apparently haven't actually had the full report come through. He'll presumably will be in the next one, but either way, I'll just... It's rare that you see anyone above that 4-star level out of these guys. Yeah, I mean, he's just... I am goalkeeper. Reflex is good. One-on-one's actually kind of shit. Low eccentricity is absolutely fine. And for that kind of price of nothing, you can't really go wrong. Let me actually switch it over to what I was trying to look at in the end, which was... Did I look at booth strats last time? I think I did, right? That guy probably is worth a gander just because he is 4-star. I think I should start scouting the 4-star guys. Yeah, it's just... I'm John Goalkeeper at your service. Get you in as well. Minutes, men. I think that was booth strats. Oh, they rejected it. Oh, shit. Well, that sucks. But, yeah. Equivalent to League 1 standard. Is it, though? I mean, I know it's the 3rd tier, but I don't know if that means that it's direct equivalent. I suspect that... I mean, usually the way that you can tell on that kind of thing... I mean, let's actually see. Let's see where it sets rep-wise, I suppose, in the game. They're certainly at the same level. I'm kind of curious now. Do I want to try and even filter this, or is the game not going to allow me to do this? Do you know what? Screw it. I'm going to try it. See if this screen actually works. My God, it does. And it shows the number correctly. So League 1 is 46th in terms of rep. And Germany... Yeah, they're fairly close to each other, to be fair. It's interesting that the regional league in Germany has a higher rep than League 2. Not that that's the end of the world. It's just interesting. Minutesmen is great, though, for hoovering up players that we might have missed out on from the other reports as well. In addition, it does seem that doing the Holy Scoop thing in the summer, when you're not in a year of an international tournament, the younger one that is a gold mine because of all the different underage tournaments you're getting. New contract. You only just joined us. You have 3... Don't you have an extension clause as well? Yeah, he's got 4 years left on his contract. No, thank you. This could be a problem, though, because I don't think there's anyone I can really talk to about this. There was the social group one I heard about, but I don't know if that's actually even here. I don't think he even has a social group yet. I'm just going to say good atmosphere. Wow, he's straight to offended. All right. Definitely no, then. I need to piss off the right player. The Holy Scoop. It's the one that does... It's like Natty Caps, but expanded. So... What it shows is players that are in national team squads rather than players that have got caps. So guys that are on the fringes potentially can still show up in here. And the other thing we like to do with it is drop this down to under 21 squads and then drop this down to like 17. And then you get even more players. And especially in the summer when there's like a youth tournament on, which obviously there usually is in the odd numbered years, it absolutely... They have massive squads. So it means more players to potentially look through. That's certainly what we found. That we were able to shove, like, I think 1,000 players roughly onto the list. That's one of the latest ones. And the Minutesmen one basically allows you to look for... I think it's amateur players still. Or is it? Hang on, let me check the... I forget which one. I actually forget exactly what it looks like again. So it was... yeah, so it basically allows you to find amateur players that have played at least 3,000 minutes in that season. Now, of course, there's no point in us doing it now because it's right at the start of the season, so you're only going to see players from leagues that are sort of summer leagues, so to speak. Although, and that's all Singaporean players, but at the end of the year, like May kind of time, this one, really, really good. Because it just allows you to sort of get around some of the other things. I believe it's exclamation mark filters, I think, should just take you straight to it. Kavan Koi. I don't know, actually. What's the nationality, Steve? Sounds almost sort of English, really. Huh, I wouldn't know. I mean, I'd pronounce it Koi, but then I could also be extremely wrong. So I just tried to... No, we've already signed that guy, haven't we? Or we're about to. You're an incredibly overpriced Belgian. You're all incredibly overpriced Belgians. And you're a winger. I nearly got excited then. I guess Key would make sense. It does sound... It doesn't sound like an English surname. Obviously, it's in the English name pool. Yeah, I guess Key would make sense too. My brain just goes to Koi, but that might just be because I'm used to looking at those names in different languages. Right, you. 20 years old. I just don't think we've got the cash yet to shop in the Club Brugge type of aisle in this particular player supermarket. Yeah, we've got a shitload of team reports now. I think we're up to nearly 600 again because I added a load more in. Arminia Bielefeld. Wait, is that the same... Did they actually go bust? I didn't think they even existed. No, I don't know. Trial that once. Something. I'd just go with Key for now. This is where we need Inferno. He would know the answer to that question. And a wonderful explanation as to why that is the answer. Speaking of shit like that, Tom Scott. Anyone watch Tom Scott last night? That was different. Did not see that one coming. Isn't this the same bid they keep bidding on, Nens? So it's like every time it's always £52 million or 57. So another set of loans. Amazing. Christ on a bike. Kowalski. Porter off of Variola. Well, I made the rules. That's the rule. That's done. Bellingham, I'm still on the fence about. Probably won't do that. Barthez, off you go. Piakovsky, absolutely not. Why do they want him so bad? So weird. You as well. Sufian, Nikolaev. On the plus side, it does give me more money to then jump straight back into the team again. But he is very much one of those players. I actually was expecting more likely Pena to get bids on him, but I'm guessing he probably hasn't because he's... Actually, I don't think he's injury prone. I think he's just been really, really unlucky with injuries. Not a roller. Hey, I mean, he might choose to stay, potentially, but I think it's unlikely. Oliver CFC, thank you very much for the 7 months, my friend. Hope you're having a wonderful... I feel like I'm checking the window every single time. He's our Champions League hero. And going to Porto. Oh, the rule about the Spanish Scourge players. The guys that we realised were massively overinflating the database. And we'd accidentally signed loads of them before we realised what was going on. So I've decided that I'll accept bids on them if there's a bid, but only from non-English sites. Just so that way it fucks England a little bit further. A few bells from the foundry. That's awesome. The hang glider one was so sick as well. The other one was very different just because, like... To go from those two things to like crime scene investigation stuff was such a switch, but I think I'd watch any of those. Goodbye, my lover. It's fine. We'll do a... Oh, dear. That's fine, actually. If there's any more that go with him. I'm not sure he's going to say yes anyway. I think Porto might be too much of a step down for him at this point, potentially. They are all very Tom Scott, yeah, in their own way. Wilder Cartagena. Hot dog. I mean, as a newly promoted side, if that's what he's like... If he's a free transfer, the only thing is you might find his wages are a bit absurd because if he's already on £9 a week now, as a newly promoted side, that could be a lot. Unless he wants less, potentially. Dave, thank you so much for the raid, friend. How are you, man? Need to watch them all. Oh, absolutely. Norwich are 6th with no manager. So I see. So Norwich are operating under those cheeky no manager strats. I respect it. They are real. No, it was a joke. There's a random in-joke in German about Bielefeld not being a real place. I was just being dumb. Already signed him. Oh, I see. That's his new contract. I didn't even notice he was at Wisła. That's still quite a lot of money. Because what is Rodado on? Isn't it like $6.5 a week? Managerless could be the move. See, for example, every English side we face in Europe these days. I think the weirdest sort of thing we've seen in England in this save was probably... Brighton qualifying for the Champions League via the league. And then us knocking them out of that Champions League, which was always good. Doing crack. It's going okay. Poor start to the season. We've actually not won either of our opening 2 matches in both competitions against the same random Polish team. But I'm putting that down to bad luck or something. Mostly because I'm content with just hoovering up as many footballers as physically possible at this stage. And are they still sending people out? There's still 44 active loanouts on the table. They need to sort that because I actually can't offer anyone else out yet until those things finally get resolved. Match highest earner. How much more is he making than the others, I suppose, is the question. Because I don't mind a match highest earner clause for a little bit when that player is always going to be that man, but it's a risk when you do it so soon because then it gives you less room to wiggle, particularly when you're in the transition phase. Like right now, I'm content with Montparnasse being our highest earner because realistically, I don't know if we're going to find a better player for the rest of the save than him. And we may have to at some stage. But part of me wonders if he might be top 5 in the game, genuinely. Not even based on purely his PA, which I suspect is very high, but more just the way that his attributes are distributed using that PA, I guess. Well, that's a bit more like it this time. So this is the problem with doing it once. Once a week seems to be okay, actually, because then you miss... But at least this way we're not missing anybody. Get those guys out. There we go. He's not gone yet. See you later, Dave. Thank you for the raid, though. I really do appreciate that, man. Certificates on 7k. I mean, hey, that's quite a lot of progress in terms of the wages. Like, if I recall, Rodado was my highest earner for at least the first 3 seasons of the save, I think. He genuinely... I think you might be right. Montparnasse, the only player, I think, or players that might be better than the Mompa. Which is weird that I'm calling him that now.
Almost 2 years with Mr. World's okayest streamer and his silly little red mumbler.
That's him.
Kraków.
Thank you very much for the 23 months, Sam. I have had a look at those training schedules you sent over, but I could just never... I'm never in the right place to just go, right, I'm going to dump them in. But now, after stream, I will be, because we're actually into the season then, so I can then. Yeah, I think the only players that I would say I've seen, I've never had them, I think he might be the best player I've ever had personally at the club. At any club in FM. But I've seen better players play for other teams in my saves. Do you guys remember on the Malta save? I think it was either Malta. It was either Malta or MTK. Real Madrid or City had a couple of guys that were... You see all the bits that are green? You just kind of imagine if they were blue as well. There was a guy called Henrique. There was a winger. And there was also a central midfielder, I think, at City. Those two were legitimately... I've never seen regions. They always felt like they had like 220 PA, which isn't possible, obviously, but it looked like they did, basically. But he has just been... It's weird that he's still fairly inconsistent at 22. That does kind of suck. Anything that helps us with development, Sam, I mean, it can't be... It's not going to make it worse, right? God, he's so good. He's got 18 pace. Where did that even come from? Play with jumping reach? Yes, we do. We actually have a 6'3" guy with 20 jumping reach. Well, I think we've got 3 or 4 players actually that have got 20 jumping reach, but he's absurdly good. And a goalie too. But yeah, I'm pretty certain we've got a guy who's 6'3" and has 20 jumping reach. And another guy who's like 6'6" and has like 9 jumping reach. Which, don't ask me how that works. Yeah, Mana's pretty good as well. Like, attribute-wise... Yeah, the more I look at him, the more I think he's absolutely elite. I do wonder if he's perhaps as good as he's ever going to be... where do I see that information? I've actually forgotten where that is. Is it performance? Might be this one, right? Improvement in his game. Currently playing at close to full potential. Does love big matches too. So he could still improve a little bit. But I suspect he's fairly close. It's much like Montparnasse says, right? If you give the guys of this kind of quality playing time so early, look at the value on Mana. God, I'm so glad we got him. He is... like, even if we do lose a few of our Scourge players this summer, he makes us better. We might be worse overall because of that, but he will at least give us the next step way better, so we can get time to bring the other guys in. This guy. Granelli, of course it was... yes, this guy was insane on Sirens. So Mana, he was just playing for Newell's Old Boys. He's 22, so we'd found him by... So we actually found him 2 years ago. But we couldn't sign him at the time because we were kind of poor and also we weren't as good as them. Oh my god. Yeah, so this basically was one of the players that we were talking about. There was another guy at Real Madrid as well. I think his name was Henrique. He was a wide player who was absurd. But I mean, look at the state of his attributes. He does have a few bits that aren't as good, but as a striker, he's basically got every single possible thing as a striker you could want. Maybe the work rate could be a bit higher. But yeah, he was ridiculous. Montparnasse is very... Oh, look at that mess. Actually, don't look at that mess. Ignore the mess. Who's in that one? Inferno, Toady, Johnny, shout out you guys. Oh, dear. Yeah, that's where Mana came from. I think, realistically, he's not even that much of a surprise player because he has 25 caps for Argentina. So he's the kind of player that you probably would stumble upon by virtue of that alone. But I don't know if he had so many caps when we first saw him. But if I was to guess, I'd say it was probably Team Report Scouting is where he came from. player come through to via a feeder club. So, I don't know if the game tells you. But I suppose it's sometimes fairly obvious because obviously if they were from the feeder club, they'd likely have the nationality of that club, right? So, no one springs to mind that I've had in previous saves that were directly as a result of that. I might go to start Fila up there instead of Catalan. I might play him on the left, actually. Uche, I might give him another run. I want to see what he does in the system when I've actually got it... what's the one I'm looking for here? When I've got it set up so that... Can I bring anyone else back in yet? Or are we in real trouble this year? Because we're having to put players on the bench that I would rather not. But I don't think we've got much choice. Because I have to have those under-22 players on there. And I think it's going to stop me again, isn't it? It's not going to let me, is it? Oh, no. Oh, shit. They are there. They've just been loaned out. I literally loaned out the other 2 lads I'd put on the bench. Brilliant. GG's, Matt. Might just have to leave that spot open then. And I Cassidy can come back in, surely, though. Christ. 2.7 million. That's still a good amount. Year 2. In year 2, like I would say that your task is to stay up, but actually, as we found out, it can be fairly straightforward to do so. Naeem probably should come back in, though. I have to readjust this bench a little bit, but all the players I can put in the team are not really appropriate. I think I'm going to have to leave these 2 spaces at the moment. Otherwise, we'll just have to put useless people that are never going to play on the bench. Oh, this is why we need people like Molsky around. Even though he's under 22 yet, he will be soon, I think. But at least he can take up a bench spot. I mean, it definitely can happen, Smogfather, but ultimately you're still kind of at the behest of whatever the game wants to throw in there randomly for you in your youth intake. And so when you think of how often you actually see players of those nationalities from the feeder clubs, I find I'm lucky if I get 1 per intake, if that. So the chances of then that player being good, it's a tough one. But I haven't seen it myself. I'd like to, though. Considering we're starting to branch out a little bit there. That's quite a good win, actually, considering these guys have allegedly got one of the best players in the league. Pyminiga streaming just chatting. What are they just chatting about? Shouldn't they be in the sports category? Wild. Thing is, Hayden, you actually can still find regens in year 2, but not that easily. What you could still do, though, is focus on younger players, because ultimately that's what's going to take you to the next level. I mean, you could do quite a lot. Freebies, though, really, at that stage is what you really want. Obradovic, Duru, Fila, Montperus. Amazing news. Those are the guys. Fitness update. Not again, surely. You just came back from a rest. I actually think I might have broken Anwar Naeem this summer by playing him in every single Club World Cup game. He's entered the season wheezing like me after a run. And that concerns me ever so slightly. Like, I rested him for a full week where he missed 2 matches, comes back in, plays 1 game, and now he needs another rest again. What's his, like, natural fitness like? 14, good stamina as well. He's just a very tired man. He's played a lot of football, bless him. The Bayern hot tub stream. I mean, they've probably got them at the training ground, right? Or something. Start of next week should now have more... Actually, we might now know more information about other draws because we've ticked over to the weekend. But I'll reject that a bit later. New contract for you. Michael, you've got 4 years... Your current deal is a 4-year contract. Which you signed last summer. No, you're not having a new contract, you silly boy. Right. I should be able to convince him, though, because of highly influential player, right? Yeah, nice. Right, now we finally got our one. We can start using him for nefarious means later down the line. What am I going to show? Is this going to be another jealous youth player? Oh, Abbas Badji. He's fun. A grand a week as well. And he loves big matches. He's very fun. I think you have to be a little bit careful what you do with him because he is probably better off a bit higher up given that he can't tackle to save his life. You'd need to play him with someone that can do his dirty work for him, that can actually tackle a little bit on a free from generation. Generation Foot are the goats for that kind of stuff. They're constantly producing quality. What was he like for you, Chaser? Because didn't you have Rodado still doing bits for you in like season 5 of your save? I wish we'd been able to have him still do that stuff, but he just fell off so quickly over the course of 1 summer. And I do wonder if that summer coincides with us when we first started going after the Spanish Scourge players. Uncertain future. Nope, he's got a long contract. He'll get over it eventually. But if not, he's got no choice, does he? How are you already getting bans? I'm assuming it's a red card ban. It feels like there's more goals knocking about the league this year, which is at least something, I suppose. Oh, I might have a wee in a minute. Get myself a holy so we can sort out these Champions League predictions for later. Technically, I already did do one of them, but this is Europa League too. Arona's going. Wow. Fuck it. I did not know that was going to happen so fast. £63 million. Adria Arola goes to Porto. We do get a profit clause in there too, but like realistically, how much profit are they actually going to make off of him? Actually, probably quite a lot. Because he's not quite at the elite level yet. We get 30 quid. 30 quid? 30 million quid. We get money, more importantly. It's because we spent so much on that Mexican lad. Now we can at least spend a bit more. And that's one of them gone. Oh. I just got the achievement. You sold a player for 50 million or more. Hello, Silent Hawk. Welcome in, my friend. Hope life is treating you good. Ivorian Xavi Iniesta picked up from ASIC. Oh, yeah. To be fair, Lechia Gdansk signed a guy from ASIC Mimosas that I was properly, like, not in love with, but, like, he was a winger, so I figured that he would be more for the loan farm. But they picked him up before we even got a chance. I was very happy. Regular start. You're probably right. And he was kicking off about it, wasn't it? So that probably was more of a factor. But that does give us a lot more cash. I think it was 30 million to the transfer fund, right? And obviously the clubs earn shitloads of money out of it now. Yeah, so we've got 40 million in transfer available now, which is much more like it for when someone slightly better comes along. Expensive Mexican. Yes, I did. Yes. We're waiting. Basically, I bought Expensive Mexican for 18 million quid. He's young. He's for the future, but he could still do a job now, like just about. But I accidentally hit the accept loan back button. So now I'm waiting for 28 days to expire so I can recall him from Club America. Hopefully that will let me do it. Is this guy, £18.5 million, Christian Gomez. 5 goals and 7 caps for Mexico. 17 pace, 17 agility, 16 acceleration. His finishing and composure aren't great, but we can work on that. He's got a professional personality, 6 foot tall. A lot of the right things are already there, and I think we could mould him into a really, really good striker. And he's still fairly young as well. Like, if I get him back soon, he's only recently turned, wow, like 3 months ago he turned 19. Another 10, but that's the thing, we now can buy another number 10. Hello, Anton. Hello, Morksoul. The Colchester Club news, I haven't, but I no doubt that you're going to tell us, and I look forward to hearing it immediately, or else. But yeah, that's Gomez. Hopefully we get him back. I think once we hit into August, I should be able to recall him. Hopefully. The future projections basically don't take into account any prize money from any tournament ever, so they assume that we'll make no money from prize money or selling anybody in the meantime. It's basically like the game saying, if you existed in this current state but didn't win anything ever and were relegated to the world's lowest football league in the mines of Moria, and nobody ever bought any of your players and you kept paying them all and buying at the same rate, this is what you'd be. Projections are kind of worthless, unfortunately, for that exact reason. 220 clubs, holy shit. Well, I don't know. I mean, you could do with... I haven't shown you the proper new kits yet, have I? Let me just turn off, for once, the reshade mod so you can see. Because you see when it gets a little bit blurry there because of reshade? But this is the work of Passpro, of course. We've now got... I believe it's an ice cream shop on our titties. And obviously custom badges and stuff like that now on the sleeves, which is cool. On the back as well, we've got Holy too. As our above our sponsor. Because they're above that. They're way better. But yeah, that is them. Let me turn that off again. They look really good in match as well, which is lovely. So shout out to Passpro as always. John Terry's bike. Is he? That's an interesting choice. Are they a club that needed a takeover? Or is this one of these things where he's part of a consortium? Makes you version narrow diamond. Yeah, why not, right? Try out different things. You might find something that works. So I assume this is one of these consortium ones again where, you know what, reject. Screw you. Screw you and your cookies. Come on, the head of football there. Head of football. So not director of football, the head of football. Using Kitbasher. I believe he is, but it's like Kitbasher Plus, because Passpro has quite a lot to do with the Kitbasher stuff. So I believe Kitbasher is what's being used, but he's doing a lot of like custom stuff on top of that I simply do not have the brain power to understand how to do. Which is why they always look so cool to have all these extra things on them, I suppose. Ow, bugger. Ooh, Celtic man. Eden Anson. Okay, fair enough. Anyone else who's in here and free? Yes, more Brazilians. Give me all the Brazilians. We didn't get Sperm Booster on there. I believe, so basically what happened is, Passpro, I believe, had made those kits before we had the Sperm Booster stream. That sounds horrendous. You know what? No, I'm not going to explain myself. Screw you. Live with it. I mean, I do like the number of like random footballers that are owners at clubs when in actuality they're just part of like a consortium. But I mean, if he's going to be the head of football, he gets to decide what football is. Has United stand, and that's football too. That's true, but not anymore. Maybe John Terry will decide otherwise. Maybe they don't get a say in it. This guy completely free now. Okay, weird. Nephew plays. Does he actually? Who's his nephew? Imagine his first job, first like action in charge of Colchester. It goes one of two ways. Either his nephew's now captain, or releases him. Sorry, you're not good enough. Got to be harsh here. Bit expensive, but he is an Estonian Nigerian, and that's quite fun. That's so fun. Aliu Olealua, great name as well. Born in Nigeria, has only ever played in Nigeria, but somehow Estonian. Love that for you, my friend. Don't know how that works. Quite... Yeah, I might just sign him anyway because of that wonderful combination. And we've got loads of money now, and I'm going to blow it immediately on an Estonian Nigerian. Because how could you not? They won't ask for too much, but there you go, 60... No, it's 85k. Learn to read, Matt. Fine. They can have extra. He just loves... Went on a stag do there. He's 17. Probably unlikely, right? Hello, Fry! Yeah, and Modric was involved in an ownership group at Swansea, right? Yeah, either he releases him or makes him club captain. There is no other way. His nephew is Frankie Terry. Frankie's other uncle is called... He's Paul Konchesky! The bald eagle himself. I mean, hey. You'd learn a lot about getting up and down that left-hand side if your uncle's Paul Konchesky. Quite a heritage of defender-based uncles then, right? I'd like to think that he's got like an aunt or an uncle that maybe can do a bit of attacking stuff. Like, what's their crossing like? Volvike guy? Goalkeeper, reasonable knowledge. Maybe scout you further. Iraq dude, though. Ali Hamoud. Ooh. He's only 16, to be fair. Can't pass the ball to save his life. And this guy at Brumby is another goalkeeper. Michael Ulser. Not overly convinced by him. Don't mind the others, though. A second monitor. Christ on a bike. Do they just... What, just from the shopping? That's impressive. It's one of those sort of big purchases that I'm just not... I don't make purchases like that so william-nilliam, you see. I'm the kind of person that if I'm making any kind of purchase like that, I'm researching for days. Like, Pog and I need to buy a lawnmower because I've been borrowing my parents' lawnmower for the last 18 months since I moved here. And, you know, maybe I should just get my own lawnmower and perhaps a strimmer as well. But I don't just go and buy a random lawnmower. Oh, no. I need to know what the best lawnmower is. So I can not buy it, of course, because it will be £1,000 million and probably a ride-along mower, which wouldn't really work in our garden. But I want to know what that is so I know where the context lies, so I can then do all the rest of the research and find a good value lawnmower that sits somewhere in between. I'm definitely not giving him squad player status. That's wild, friend. Crazy. If I had a ride-on lawnmower, it would take me a grand total of about 5 seconds to ride from the patio to the fence. Maybe to left. Yeah, I can take a left and maybe get up to 7 seconds. Oh yeah, this is my strategy if I need to buy any kind of consumer household product. It's straight to Google, best name of that product, current year, then open every single fucking link that is imaginable. Like, first couple of pages, just open every single link. Every single review site. You know, PC special... No, you know what I mean. All those sites. Read the articles, and I feel like if I'm seeing any, like, similarities between them, like, oh, this one's going up a lot, this one's going up a lot, this one's recommended in this one, but not this one, then I start getting a short list, and then I go, right, let's have a look a bit deeper into these top couple of three to narrow it down. That's the podium of lawnmowers. And then, yeah, that's how I decide. That's how I got us a lovely microwave. Go Moneyball for the lawnmower. I see, unfortunately, I don't think the stat tracking for lawnmowers is as good as it should be these days. Opta are yet to do, like, proper stats. What's the expected, like, grass length is my question. It's just how I do it. Apparently she asked the person in the shop which would be best as a second monitor for a YouTuber. That is a bold decision, considering I would be willing to bet that the person in the shop probably doesn't know the answer to that question, Rob. Expected mows. Yes. I guess I suppose what you're looking at is how accurate it is, I suppose. It's just complicated. You'd think so, Daz, but apparently not. People just buy things. I feel like I felt safe sharing that with you lot because I feel good that at least half of you would do the exact same shit about anything like that. Same when I bought these monitors, like these ear things. I was doing all the research on these, and obviously there's a YouTuber called Nutty that makes like stream tech videos that kind of help with that as well. Grass completion percentage. Because what you're looking for, tell you what you're looking for as well, consistency. So keeping the grass the same length as each other. So you're not just getting random spikes and tufts of grass like my hair right now. Coverage per 90 is, depends on how long you take, right? But that's another point. The faster you can do it, the more efficient it is. That should be an important stat. If we were stat tracking lawnmowers, that's what scouts would be looking for, I'd say. Like if you're putting that in your report, you're like, I don't know, Flymo here. See, this is what I mean. I don't know enough about lawnmowers because I've not done the research. And Pog keeps bugging me about it, and I'm just there like, two of us can play at this game. The thing is, she doesn't want to play at that game because I realise that that's the sort of thing that probably to a normal person's brain is very boring, but to me, I love this shit. Ooh. A little scout on you. Send me out there on a quest. I'm yours. I'll get there. Easy. Clovis assigned. The first man is here. C-rated, as per. Why is it showing us in that weird box now instead of the other one? It's like, no, I will hide information from you for no apparent reason. Yeah, I suppose. And I think you'd want, like... I mean, what features would you really want on a lawnmower? This is what I mean. I know nothing about this, right? It's just... after I've gone, like, with it, is the grass now shorter than it was before I went with it? And as far as I can tell, that's almost like a binary thing, right? But I guess it's the consistency of it, how quickly it is, how many times you have to go. Changeable blade height. I see. That's a good point. Fair. There's different jackets. I mean, Hayden, is this you saying that you want to see my jackets? Because don't get me started on jacket. I don't actually have that many jackets. I'm more of a sweater man. Just the motor. I guess the power of it. Like the CCs of the motor. As you do it. I think there is a Flymo just for you, Harv. It's dangerous, though, because it's a 50-50 shot. Either pleasure or a decapitated penis. So, it's a risk, isn't it? Right? That's the one. Cola, they've got to have somebody, right? Sheep on the front lawn. So front lawn, not a problem. Don't really have a front lawn, so we've just got, like... It's really hard to explain. We're in, like, a little cluster of houses, and they all have this sort of, like, forecourt thing out the front. And then we've got our carport. And we've got like a little bit of like a rose bushy thing outside the front, but that's about it. So no actual like grass out front, but we do have the weird L-shaped back garden, which is very strange. Cool though. Means you can hide things. Hello, random Croatian man. He looks quite actually good. Finally. Please don't tell me it's going to do it. Damn it, man! Sounds like a metal band. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Like proper, like a grindcore band or something. Blades before replacing... Yeah, good point. Oh, is he a keeper? Why are they always goalkeeper? I mean, he's only 16, though. Aerial reach could get better. He's a perfectionist, which is good and bad. I don't mind him, actually. What are you hiding there? Wouldn't you like to know? All of my old lawnmowers. It's like a graveyard for lawnmowers, essentially. I think I will sign him. We've earned the right to be able to splash a bit of cash on players like this now, I think. Even if it is a massive error. Oh, that's quite a lot of money. Do you know what, lads? If you'll take 2.5 million, I'm willing to do it. It's rare that we see a player that the game even considers 5 stars at this point, so I'm actually willing to jump on that particular bandwagon for a moment. What about you two? He's free, and yet another random Brazilian man. And he's only 17. So slightly younger in terms of the free Brazilian players too, which is nice. Which means he probably won't join us straight away, but that's okay. What, you mean you don't have a lawnmower graveyard? It's just an area that I know nothing about. It's like, Pog has loads of toolkits, and she's very handy, like extremely handy. As you all know, one of Pog's favourite activities is just building flat packs. So she had an absolute whale of a time over the Christmas period when we were redoing this office and getting all those chests of drawers and stuff, because every day was like Christmas Day for her, because you could just build shit the entire time. For a dog, tennis ball travels when I run over them. That poor dog. Should at least throw the dog in the river first, jeez. No, but the thing is, that's what a guy hiding a growing pile of lawnmowers would say, right? I'd be out here being like, hey, I know nothing about lawnmowers, me. And then obviously they peek around and be like, is that a big pile of lawnmowers concentrated solely in your kitchen? And I'll be like, no, steamed hams, etc. Vincent, yes, he's in. Also, Bella Bridich is just a good surname. I'm not a murderer. Exactly, that's what a murderer would say. Precisely. I realise that logic does fall down quite quickly. But, you know, the lawnmower fiend doth protest too much and whatnot. The tagline, let's bother than a hover. I don't know. I'm not sure how that would get them into trouble. But I don't know. I'm not super familiar with the taglines of lawnmower manufacturers. And I realise that is a blind spot in my knowledge that should be filled. And frankly, I owe you an all apology. So the best I can do is say that I don't know. Except Porto in. Arola did accept Porto, yes. So he has now gone to Porto for £63 million, which is a lot of money. We get to keep 30 of it, as far as transfer budget goes, at least. Bit of that. Cancel. Get him. Honestly, get him, and I wouldn't even blame you. First, he misses an hour of stream on Sunday. Now this. Oh, now's the perfect time to drop you. Chat, now's the perfect time to drop you. Words are hard. I'm not here on Thursday. I know you kind of already knew that anyway, but this is the day I normally take off on Sundays for one a month or whatever. I had to take it a Thursday this week because I'm in Manchester on Thursday this week. And we had, don't act like you've not been dropped on your head before. Come on now. Do you know what, Wills? I actually turned away from some Belgian number 10s earlier, but that was prior to me getting the money because there was a couple in there that I was looking at, and if they'd have been in a position that I could use, I'd have probably been tempted. Find old lawnmowers. No, I'm the Fred West of lawnmowers. Is that what we're saying now? How did this happen? This is like the dog in the river thing all over again. Elevate rabbit incoming. No, it's actually it's a business event. Part-time stream. I'll have you know, I've not missed a stream since I came back from Poland, and it's been like 5 weeks since I've had one off at all, actually, and I've streamed more hours than normal because I felt that I needed to, because I needed to make it up to y'all. But also feel free to continue calling me a part-time streamer because I like it. I like the way you stretched my head out. It's good. Or this is where, like, I didn't stretch your head, Matt. That's just what your head looks like. Got that horse face going on. I'm a businessman doing business. Exactly. Been a week, surely. It's been just over a week. Next lawnmower stream. I mean, when I get my lawnmower, you see. When I finally get an opportunity to do that. Don't make me show a reach your penis again. Oh, Christ. Treasure? Have you ever been called that before, Half? A treasure. Hope you're proud. Actually, no, we'll go till Friday, because then we'll be able to see. See with Miles chat again. Do you not think if that was the case, I'd at least manage to get some more features put in there? Like, either that or I'm terrible in bed. Is that a pity more than anything else? There's every chance. Leoff? Wait, who? Hey, that's Patreon regen. Brandon Ward is off to Leeds, but the looks of things. Saves me doing anything. More loan offers. Are they still not done yet? That's all Brazil. I guess it's just because every time a loan offer comes in, there's just more of them waiting. So there's still a few more that need to expire. 24 more of them that are waiting to go out until I can finally offer people out again. So those trials are coming to an end. That's Cruise as well. Starfishes. I weirdly no, that's more of a pog thing. I'm not a big starfisher. I'm actually quite a demure sleeper. Like, I keep myself to myself. Whereas Pog's just like the second on a Sunday stream, when obviously she's not working on Sundays, I'll get out of bed to go like start setting stuff up for stream. I'll come back in for whatever reason, she's just done. It's a king-size bed and somehow she's taking up all of it. I don't even know how that's possible. She grows extra limbs, I swear, in those exact situations. I do like a bit of one out, one in. It keeps you, you know, what if there's an intruder and I need to do absolutely nothing because what am I going to do? When all the different Champions Leagues, is it weird players play for free? And yeah, I bet it is. When you're particularly at the higher levels, when all the players are just still playing for quite low amounts and you can sign a crazy good player for nothing. Precisely, but yeah. I can't really fall asleep on my back, and it's probably for the best anyway. Otherwise, I would end up with horrible sleep apnea, I suspect. Right, I need to have a wee because I've been putting it off for about 20 minutes now. I'm going to have a wee. I'm going to grab a Holy, and I get to tell you about some of the new products they've got coming out in like a week, which is kind of sick. And the Whiz Quiz and all sorts of other good stuff. Back in a second, friends. You know what to do. Enjoy the Wizzy Quizzies and stuff. It was, of course, Antolin Alcaraz. The cool thing about him is he is a Premier League player and a La Liga player. I did a double one, chat. You're proud? Also, the reason the music randomly cut off is it turns out that particular recording of Breaking the Habit just has like 30 seconds of silence on the end of it, which I learned today along with all of you. Ah, dear. But yes, I too wondered why there was no music all of a sudden. I'm just there like, what's happened? Internet gone or something? Right. Lovely. Have I finished my FC Colne flavoured holy? No, I haven't actually. Delicious. Another way I do that is if I'm going to pick a different flavour other than Cola Koala. But at least I've got it in the appropriate shaker today. Quite crucially. Exclamation mark holy. You know what to do. But yeah, they've got these cool new syrup thingies coming out at the end of the week, which is kind of dope. That comes with like a brand new type of shaker. It's not even a shaker really. You just sort of stick the syrup capsule in the middle. And then it has water around it. But you can like adjust the strength by just twisting the knob on the top. And then you can just swap flavours out without having to change anything, which I just think is a really sick idea. And Pog's very much looking forward to getting our hands on one at some point. So I think that's what they're doing next as far as product stuff. But if you do have any like flavour ideas, feel free to shout them at me because I can just, I'm seeing Sammy on Thursday and I can then yell at him about them. It's so good though. Like, I didn't even really like the caffeine that much until I started drinking the Cola Koala ones. As long as I have it at the right time of day, I'm good to go. So as always, thank you to Holy, sticking with us. Right, and, don't know. I probably should at least make myself smaller if I'm going to do this, right? For half, maybe? Spanish Scourge flavour, it just tastes like paella. It's good stuff, though, innit? Like, I really do like their stuff so much. The amount of these flasks I get through, like, they're great for protein shakers as well, because that's usually what they are, but I go through like 2 or 3 of these a day, honestly. Sometimes hydration, sometimes the caffeine one in the afternoon. Is that at the bottom? No. No. Would never. Actually, not smaller. You'd think so. Honey, no, never mind. Actually, don't finish that sentence. Something lawnmowers. He is not what I'm looking for. Oh, no, we already signed the other guy. Nice. Sick. We're progressing. We can nearly bring our guy back. So, sarsaparilla. What is sarsaparilla? Is it just like tonic water that's fizzy? Or is there something more to it? Because when I think of sarsaparilla, all I think of is like Bugsy Malone and sort of Prohibition era stuff. Makes me want to be in a speakeasy or something. Jack McCann. Fine. 50 grand. I always feel like I'm probably ripping these guys off because I'm pretty certain all of these players would have been signed for free. Yeah. That speakeasy bar thing that Pog and I went to in Krakow actually was one of the cooler experiences that we had there. And we obviously had some really cool experiences out there, but that one was genuinely so fun. It was like going to a pub, but it was a bar, but it felt like it was in someone's living room. It was the strangest vibe, but in the best possible way. And the drinks were gorgeous too. Right, so you're in as well. I genuinely am just hoovering up players. Simmons oh, is it? I had Strawberry Shark for the first time like a week ago. I think it was on stream actually. And I'd forgotten that I even had it, because I still had one of the starter kits in the cupboard from when I first got my very first Holy package from them back in the last year. And there was a few flavours in that I hadn't had that. See him back at Felucino. We didn't need to sign him, as it turns out. We already had him. The call was coming from inside the house. And the solution was in the room the entire time. Let's see if I can find him. So this one is the energy one that I've got right now. This is Cola Koala, which is even in the cute little koala shaker, but this is an energy one. So I tend to not have these until like about 1:30 in the day. Generally, if I'm streaming about 1:30, if I'm not, then about 2 to 3 o'clock, just because I can't have it interfere with stuff. But for anyone who's not like super caffeine sensitive like I am now, then you'll be fine. But it's also smoother as well. I find that if I was to drink a coffee at the same time, I'd be screwed. But this is just different for some reason. It seems to just be like a slower onset, which is awesome. And then obviously the hydration one is, well, there's actually loads, but the one I have there is blue raspberry, which is so sick. But the strawberry and kiwi is also my other favourite of those. I haven't had any of that in ages, actually. I've got a tub of that downstairs. And I still use the milkshakes in my protein shakers every morning. Apologies, James. I was literally about to show you the player and then I got distracted. That would never happen. Sometimes I sit there and I think to myself, do you know what? I can totally see why your content is not for everybody. Particularly on the stream side. I'm just like, that must be frustrating for people sometimes. And I totally understand. Here he is. But ultimately, I'm me. It's what I do, right? Yeah, that is who I think might well be the solution. Now, at the moment, obviously, I'm just starting to learn in midfield. Koalas are just good. Solid animals. There isn't a goose-based flavour yet. That actually might be what I badger Sammy about the most on Thursday, is why is there not a goose-based flavour? There's an eel one, I think. Well, there's an eel shaker. Crucial to remember, he's only just turned 19 as well. He's consistent already. Physicals are awesome. Got good tackling to begin with. Aggression's a little low. His passing is decent. I think he could be long-term Luchino. What flavour would the goose one be? A goose shaker, if nothing else. I do want to get the eel one, just for obvious reasons. But a goose one feels right. So we got rid of a roller. I say got rid of. A bid came in for a roller. Gooseberry. Yeah, that kind of writes itself, doesn't it? I don't think I've ever actually had gooseberry on its own to know what it would taste like. But you're right. There really wouldn't be a better option than gooseberry goose, would there? I'm not sure how popular that would be as a flavour. Which makes me sad because, you know, goose-based things. Occasionally, Pog will just say, oh, you're really looking forward to, I'll have this with maybe a bit of goose fat. And I'll just look at her and she's like, fine, duck fat. And I'm like, thank you. As I insist. Allow us in the Champions League with 0 substitutions. Jesus. Do they know they could make substitutions? Or are they just like flexing on each other? You're right. It does feel like one of those kind of, has to be a combo. Agreed. I'm still going to have to leave 2 spots, aren't I? I will have Adrian on the bench, so instead of probably Abdullahi. That is an issue I will look to rectify. And, probably for Piakovsky. No, I can't take Piakovsky off the bench because he's one of those as well. Jesus Christ. I'm going to take off. Bloody hell. Oh, I don't take Bruno off. Ah, bro. This is why we need a good youth intake this year, for sure. We have 3... Oh, do we? You're right, we do. I'm an idiot. In that case, back you come. Probably... Yeah. I forgot we have to have... Wait, no, do we need all 3 of them? As long as Piakovsky's on the bench, we only have to have 2 spots available, yeah. Gooseberry and Gherkin. Oh, God. Yeah, Gooseberry... It's like, has anyone had Slowberry as well? Slowberry wasn't a thing that I even knew existed as an entity of DNA until last year. But turns out we had a slow tree in the garden. And then Pog's colleague made some homemade Slowberry gin, which was very, very strong indeed. You're surprised at the sheer number of... Witcher 3? What she smelled? She smelled like lilac and gooseberries. That doesn't sound anything like Geralt, but you get the point. 5 more goals for us. That's more like it. So what's wrong with the start? Is it only bad in games we watch? A hat-trick for Fila. Even better. Monperus, Naeem, Abradovic, John, Duru. John's actually... Oh dear, bad game from Alvarez as well. Pueyo got 2 and 2 assists for Geyser as well. Nice. Oh. 10 subs out as well. Yeah, no, we have to have... Basically, in Poland, you have to have 3 players in your squad that are 22 and under and trained in Poland for a certain amount of time. But at the moment, because of the way things have transpired and because we spent too much time signing players that were too old to qualify for that, like those Spanish Scourge guys, there's not a lot of players that are still here that count for that. So as a result of that, that's why I had to leave those 2 spots on the bench. Because if I was to fill them with players that weren't those, we'd have to take them out of the bench. It wouldn't let me progress to the match, basically. So if I have Piakovsky on the bench, I could still have to leave 2 spaces. And as far as I can tell, there just isn't anybody else further down that kind of looks suitable yet. Because we're basically doing quite a good job at loaning people out. Almost too good. Rules prohibited. I think... Well, it has for me at this stage. Jesus, we don't even have that many... Our second team squad contains 260 players. That's a lot of players. And that doesn't even count the guys that were in... Shitting hell. Are we able to actually offer more players out yet? No, there's still a couple more, I think. To be confirmed? No. Contract? Yeah, there's still a couple more. Because I still don't think I can offer them. What I can do is look on Transfer Outlook for the time being. Outside of Poland, you could buy. Well, they wouldn't count. If I bought them from outside Poland, they, by definition, would not count because it's specifically for players that are under the age of 22 trained in Poland. So buying players that are outside of Poland would not allow us to do that, unfortunately. What we need basically is just to have a few more youth players come through, and if we start continuing to sign players that are in the better age brackets, like 18 and under, like I was before, or the plan was, then we'll be fine in a couple of seasons for that. It's just because we signed a few too many sort of guys that were 20, 21, and it kind of causes that problem to sort of shuffle down. If anything, I have loaned out too well, yeah. I'm a Polish player from the league. I believe they have to be trained at your club, but I might be wrong about that. And also, if I just buy another Polish player, then I might as well just bring one of our youth players into the squad instead. That seems a bit pointless, because then I'm just taking a player away from another team. But I could just put a youth player in the team, but they're not going to play. But I suppose at least have them on the bench, I guess. The only downside to that is that then they won't be able to play youth games, because they'd have to be in the first team in order to fulfill that quota. And even then, we don't have that many players that meet the requirements there. The two that I did find, I ended up loaning out. Because it seems like the second I put them in the first team, they then found loans, conveniently, which might be another trick we could try. What I do want to look at, though, is can I recall that fella who's a striker? He won't count for that, but at least he could come back. I'd have to register him, though. Where is bro? He'll be on transfer history. How many players have I signed? I've signed 38 already this season, and that's not including the ones that joined technically at the end of last year. Right, you. Can I bring you back, or is it not going to let me? Please, 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 please. Wait. The first 28 days. It's been longer than that, though, surely. That's concerning. Maybe it will tick over. Yeah, maybe I just have to wait for it to tick over. Major updates. There was a couple of... I think there's actually probably been at least 2 major updates. And then some sort of hot fixes around those updates when they inevitably, as always with these things, broke stuff in the updates. I wonder, James, yeah. But, yeah, it's definitely improved. Also, it's now on Game Pass, too, which is a nice step in the right direction properly. So I'll be curious to see if its appearance on Game Pass coincides with more people playing it again. Obviously, it should do, you'd think. One thing I have noticed, though, for sure, is more people are streaming it, which is interesting. I feel like when I finish streams now, I have way more choices of raids than I have done for quite some time. Hello, Pogsy. How's it going, my love? Please have 5 stars. Oh my god, he still has 5 stars. That is great news. Did we do a good? I think we actually did a good signing. Martin Vincent Belabradic. Young goalkeeper, perfectionist personality, so could be a trouble later, but that's still got decent professionalism. He's only 16 years old. The value is high. I can't even loan him. He's too young. Awesome. That actually feels like a really good signing for us. Being the backup. Actually, the problem with that is, if I promote him to be the backup, he won't be in our first team. He won't be in like the matchday squad ever, because we never put goalies on the bench, which means he's just going to not play. So it's like, he kind of needs to be playing football right now. And I think the second team squad is probably good enough for that right now until he can find a loan. And that's the downside with goalkeepers, because I don't put them on the bench. We only ever really use one goalie anyway. Make them available for the second team. But I always forget to do that. And then when I do want them, they're not available for the first team. So at that point, they might as well just stay in the second team, is what I mean. Like, I tried doing that for a while, but then what happened was they then were never available for the first team anyway, because they were always in the second team games. Keeper gets injured, then we'll use our other goalkeeper. Like, if the keeper gets injured, we just put in a different goalkeeper. Then they could probably play, but not if they're not. If he's going to start games, I'll put him in there, but he's not going to start games. So to me, it just feels like a bit of a waste of time putting him in there when he could not be playing. For now, the scope for me is basically second team, plays matches, gets a loan when he's 17 if possible, and then we can make a decision on him. Oh, during a game. Hasn't happened. I have not had a goalkeeping injury in a match the entirety of 26. I'm sure it does happen, but it's so rare that it's not worth the extra sub spot for me. I could have 19 substitutes available, and I think I'd still not put a goalie on the bench just in case, because I'd rather have the flexibility that the extra outfield player gives me than waste a spot on a player that's literally never going to come on. The only time it's ever happened to me was on the last save on 24, where we obviously had the Sven Smates arrival because of all that. And the plus side, think about this chat from a content standpoint too. If I don't put a goalie on the bench, and it does happen, it means I have to put an outfielder in goal, and that's just fun. Until it's not, and it's in the chat. Bandava! Hayden, you probably don't even realise this. We had Gilbert Bandama in this save in that exact same season. He was so good for us for a while. He was part of that initial pivot play with James Igbekeme, Bandama, and there was another fellow we had in the midfield. I think possibly Duarte. So he was really good. Yes, they were, Sam. The only time I've ever put goalies on the bench was during the goalie injury crisis of the... Oh, I don't know how much he cost us. Let's find out. I think it was less than that, though. During the great goalie injury crisis of the FN24 basic. Yeah, that was horrendous. You would get like 2 a game sometimes, right? And I actually remember putting like 3 on the bench at times. There was even a game last season in this save where I actually did put 3 goalies on the bench because I had no other footballers. Right. Ah, of course, I forgot it shows all the trials here, so I will just have to... I think it was the second season, though, right? Unfortunately, it's still going to be full of trials because it still shows them all. Can I do, like, free... No, free transfers includes trials, doesn't it? Yeah, fuck. Or does it? Or maybe not. I swear it was second season. But he wasn't a free transfer, was he? Or was he? I'm not sure now. There he is. Oh, you're right. I actually paid more than you did. Yeah, here we go. Gilbert Bandama. 135k I paid from Abidjan, which is presumably where you got him as well, right? Oh. Well, Bandama. Yeah, he's a... So everybody's basically got a bit of Bandama. Fair. Checking the history. The reason I didn't want to search for him is in case he'd retired. Because sometimes players do just retire and then you just wouldn't show up at all. Although, would have made more sense to just do that first. You're right. Never let it be said that I do things the easy way. I know you'd never accuse me of doing the easy thing. That's for sure. We must have matches lined up now for the other Polish sides in Europe. Surely by now. Outside of just Legia's game. Like, are they not in Europe? So they're playing Sporting. Ah! Oh, that's not easy at all. Motor Lublin will play against Aarhus. That is going to be a toughie. In the 3rd round. Don't like that. And Brookbet, I think, are the other one around here somewhere, right? Celtic in the 3rd round. They're probably going out, but it would be very funny if Brookbet Niczyca beat Celtic. These are not easy draws. Thankfully, that will put them into the playoff round of the Conference League, where actually still they could meet an English side or something in there. This could be... Whoa. It sucks, because this is a great opportunity for us to consolidate this position we've got ourselves into, but it could also be a year where we take a massive backward step and it relies entirely on us, so... Those things are bound to happen. I love how with the scouting, we seem to get, like, these clumps of players. Now that I'm doing it every 2 days, just a dude just called Dan there. Shout out to him. 29 dudes this time, though. He's at Real Madrid. Probably not interested. I think it's because it's dumped in a load of random nonsense players in here that are slightly older. All Spanish Scourge guy. Oh my god, look at the state of these guys here. I'd say, why am I guess it's because they're loanable, right? But we don't do loans here. Well, we do, just not like that, I suppose. Marta could still do it. She is having a great time in this. 19 assists. Jesus. I don't think he ever was amazing for us, but maybe it's just because we progressed so fast that he got phased out. If our progress had been a bit slower, I think he could have been a really useful player. Rather loan this guy out for another year or keep him as a striker rotation. Okay. Of course he's an intake player. Heiko Hunting. Name is amazing, so that is definitely a factor. Are you playing 1 striker or 2 strikers? Because that will probably be a factor. Because if you've got 2 strikers in your system... 2, right. I think... And where would he rank in your hierarchy of strikers? Like 4? 3? Because if so... Or is he more like 5 or 6? In terms of like CA, I suppose. Because I would say, if he's on the... Yeah, if he's 4th, I would 100% keep him around. Because I think over a full season of however many games, because presumably you're doing European stuff, right? If you've got 2 strikers, even if he's 5th, I would still say keep him around. Because I feel like what you might end up doing is doing what I do sometimes, where you end up making the choice to prioritize development of a younger player over a guy who's slightly better, but a little older. So I would say... I'd keep him around and put him in the rotation, because he'll probably get enough games with all the cups and stuff in there anyway. If I've got 2 strikers as my system, I tend to like to have 4 strikers available to me at any given time, just in case. As we've seen, the problems when you don't have that. But hopefully Christian Gomez will fix that for us. He's No, he's not Belgian, he's Ghanaian, which means it's fine. He's also a winger that costs £2 million. Yeah, I might not sign Mr. Musa here, actually. But there's a guy at PSG and Man City that have snuck through there as well. Callum Russell. He's probably goated, right? He's only 18, to be fair. He's probably going to be a phenomenal footballer. So weirdly, the new managers in the league are actually... I'll show you in a second, actually. It's probably easy for me to show rather than tell. He's only 16. But he is playing games in Serie D. I don't think he'll sign for us, though, right? My God, he will. I mean, we won't see him for years. I'm going to sneeze again in just a moment. There you go. Prediction abilities have not left me. Actually, speaking of, we did Liverpool PSG for the game tonight. But what are the other matchups that we've got, particularly with Europa League as well? Because remember, I'm not here on Thursday, so I need to cover my bases on these ones to make sure that my predictions curse each team efficiently enough. Alfredo Francisco. Plays for Willet Benguela. I've never heard of them. That's a one-on-one. That guy's very good, but PSG, and he's a winger. Luis Alberto as well. Another goalie. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, no, hang on. He's just really good at rushing out. His attributes are not bad, though. They're not good either. But for the loan farm, not bad. We'll take him. Ipswich beats Pompey tonight. I assume that means Ipswich are playing Pompey tonight. Which Spurs to win. I predicted Sunderland to win, Franco. Chat, back me up on this. On Sunday, I predicted Sunderland to beat Spurs 2-1, I think, in that game. Spurs are somehow impervious to the curses that I put on them. Like, I take no responsibility for that one. That's on Spurs that time. The others, 100% my fault, obviously. That one, though, no, not me. I think they're the only team that aren't somehow able to overcome them. Even when I predict them to lose, they still go, yeah, fuck it, why not? Got to live up to the expectations. I think that... I mean, do you actually think they're going to go down? I know that's just the topic around, but it's the most, like, dead horse topic in football, but I think they actually do. I was thinking before, I always felt like, no. They've got too good of players. They have had some bad luck. Surely at some point they will just win a game or two because statistically. But things are going against them a lot because the teams around them are picking up points now that they kind of were before, but especially now. That West Ham win, the Leeds win as well, Forest getting that draw, it's just... It seems like... I think what it's going to come down to heavily is... Because I don't think they're going to go over the rest of the season winless. I do think they'll win another game this season. Because their run-in, I think, is actually somewhat favourable in terms of the quality of opposition. But I think if they leave it too late to get that one, the confidence will be dead. Here we go. Yeah, so I think PSG, I had 2-2 draw down. Barca were 2-1. Barca were 2-0 down, right, though? Surely? Basically relegated this is... I mean, the thing is, I truly think that their players are better than their position. I don't think it's really impossible. Like, they have some very good players. They've had a lot of injuries too, but a team with those players in it should not be where it is in the league. In like a vacuum situation. Scores of the games. Oh, I thought the games were... I could have sworn it was 2-0 to... I don't know. I thought it was 2-0 to Atleti. But I'm still predicting Atletico to probably lose, but not by enough. And Barca will just complain about the length of the pitch grass, won't they? So I'm going to go 2-1 Barca for that. Still go out. Liverpool 2-2 because PSG will just get them into transitions. What is the score? I actually can't remember the scores of the other games. Oh, Bayern Munich are 2-1 up, aren't they? But they're at home now. I'm going to go 2-1 Bayern again. I think Arsenal will win, but sort of unconvincingly. By just sheer force of will, they'll get it over the line. But they definitely look wibbly-wobbly at the moment. So where the points are. Oh, is this the... Brighton are a bit inconsistent. I mean... I know Wolves... I mean, they got humped by West Ham. They are definitely better than they were. But they should... They should win at Molineux. Doesn't mean they will, but they should. Like, the way that breaks down, actually, they need points from these next 2 games. These 2 games here are so important because Everton are no mugs anymore by any means. I mean, they could be right in the battle for a European place, literally going for it on the final day. Chelsea are all over the place, but they're a lot better than Tottenham are. Villa are Villa. Leeds are actually having a nice time of it lately and looking pretty kind of Gucci, but they might be on the beach by then. Maybe if it was there. If they're still in deep shit after these 2 games, then it's on, basically. But I think they might actually end up taking 4 points from these 2 matches, which of course means they'll lose both now, so you're welcome. But I think they might actually nab a draw against Brighton and then beat Wolves at Molineux, and then everyone will kind of go, but is that even enough, though, is the question. Because even if they did take 4 points from those 2 games, it probably would pull them out of it, maybe? But I don't know. And that's obviously assuming they lose the other 4, which I don't think they actually will. I think they probably will grab a point or 2 in there too, but it's a question of like, with everybody else doing stuff too, and I don't know what everyone else's run-ins actually look like, but everyone else has more momentum as well. I feel like there's no reason... Like, in an ideal world, in a complete vacuum, they should easily beat Wolves. But obviously, as we've seen repeatedly this season, that is not how it works. They seem to beat... Yeah, Brighton are actually finally in good form again, but that also just means that Brighton are probably due for them to come back down to earth because they're part of that mid-pack of teams that just can never be consistent again. Like, so then again, Bournemouth actually are unbeaten in quite a long time, aren't they? Isn't it like 10 games now for them? Realistically, yeah, I don't know if Everton are actually going to be realistically fighting for Champions League by that point, possibly. It depends what their fixtures look like, but I still think they'll be massively in the battle for European places, so they're not going to be giving up, unlike Fulham. What they need is a game against Fulham, but we've beaten them home and away this season, so maybe not. Zentex, thank you very much for the follow. Can't they speak for other teams down there too? Yeah, that's a good point. If they were to somehow lose, if they lost at home to Brighton and other teams around them pick up space and it starts to gap them a little bit, that's when the sort of yawning chasm starts to open up, like, ready to swallow them up, basically. Waterford Wizard, thank you very much for the gifted sub. That's very, very kind of you, friend. So nice. Against top half teams. Yeah, and not just top half teams, but top half teams with things to play for. Because you can get some top half teams that are sort of secured. Villa actually weirdly feels like a one that could just be a random win. But I do feel like there will be some weird random win in the middle of that comes out of nowhere. And that sets people up for the questions when that happens and who that's against. Oh, what the fuck? Thank you again for the 3 gifted subs. That is extremely kind of you, my friend. Wow. That's so nice of you, man. But thank you so much, man. Actually, now that you're here, was there an issue with like lag on that stream the other day? Or was that just like a random Twitch thing? Yeah, this is the thing. Bournemouth don't lose a lot, but they don't win a lot either. But that being said, the game against Arsenal at the weekend was fucking brilliant. Turns out, the best way for me to enjoy football is to watch a 12:30 kickoff on a Saturday right when my pills are kicking in. Oh my god, I've never been so fucking locked in. I was just like seeing passing patterns in my head. I'm like, damn, I'm analysing the shit out of that. I was having the best time of it. Well, oh, right, yeah, we forgot we're the early kickoff this weekend, aren't we? Fuck. Oh, shit, this is the guy I brought up to the first team squad to... Oh, well. The loan farm is popping off now, by the way. If guys like this are going out to play teams like Pogon, it is actually maybe going to make it hard for us this year. I'm starting to feel like every time I move a player up, but I moved him up. And he found a loan straight away. I want to try this now, because there must be something to this here. You're right, that wasn't even a fucking loan. That was a permanent signing. They've just got themselves one hell of a deal on him. 85 grand. What's he worth now? That will take a little while to update, I suspect, because it's still basically his value off of us. Jesus Christ. Does make me want to try it out, though. Brandon Ward's gone to Leeds, which is cool. I want to just move up a random dude from the B team squad that's not got a loan bid on him existing right now, just to see if it changes anything. 7 million quid for Gabler. Ah, Pisani. Right, are you in the first team squad? No. Right, let's see what happens if I move him up to the first team squad. Does he now suddenly get bids? Regular starter too. That's good. Honestly, I'm not even that bothered. I do think this year we're not going to be as good as we have been the last couple of years, and I weirdly don't mind that as much because it's like 2 steps forward to take 1 step. Like, it's a step back to take a big step forward. The sort of retool reset this year. We'll go for a bigger draft pick. Oh yeah, Jesus Labrador. Real name, by the way. Not a nickname or anything like that. That's his actual name. Jesus has risen at the back post and nodded at home. Let's see. I think he was a centre back, wasn't he? Right, have a bit of you. Think he gets a loan. To be fair, he only has a year left on his contract, which is why I assume he was so cheap for them. Or he doesn't like he has a lot of potential, but unless he gets like late developer, I think it's unlikely he's going to develop into much. Pisani. Pisani is he's another of the Scourge players, unfortunately. I think he's an Italian lad that we got. He's had a couple of successful loan spells, but for some reason he never stays out on loan. He just, yeah, doesn't like it apparently. He's a bit expensive for what he's actually offering there. Wait, who the hell is this? Atletico San Luis under 19s. Oh, hello, sir. 16 tackling. I don't think we can sign him yet. Oh, what's happened now? What? Wow. That's a shame. There has to be a... He's not just leaving for no reason, right? He's 100% going somewhere. Like, there's clearly a deal in place. Centre-back who can't jump. He's not really a centre-back. He's more of a full-back. Because he's got crossing ability. I would never play him as a centre-back.
My own hotel.
I don't know if he'd want to do that. Adam or ADVMX, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, this guy... Yeah, Spurs have a permanent manager right now as well, and have got a very long contract. I mean, there's no suggestion. It doesn't even have to be in the Premier League, does it? Nah, he's not interested yet. But I will definitely Santa Baby this fella, because he looks like the kind of guy to definitely keep an eye on. I want to scout him further, though, because I don't think we really know that much about him yet in terms of his PA. And then this guy, a Latvian fella. Okay. Ooh. You know what? I wouldn't normally, but we're in the mood. I'm signing people today. I've made that my magnum opus. Surely now I can finally... Oh, only 3-year deal. That'll be fine. I'll take it. We start halfway through. We have to restart. That's very strange. Yeah, we just noticed at Watford Wizard that like your responses were like perfectly on topic, but they were like about 7 to 8 minutes behind the thing we were actively talking about. I just thought it was really interesting. Twitch does have a habit of being terribly coded sometimes, though, so I just wanted to make sure that you weren't missing stuff, you know? Bellingham. I think we've got to be hanging on to the likes of Bellingham at the moment. Just until we bring a few more players through. Because our team is quite thin on the ground just because of the sheer number of loans now. 167 we're up to now. We're very close now, actually, I think. To be able to properly finish this off. Anyone new in there? No, not a single Polish side. I might actually do an offer out for the second team guys now then. Try to ignore any extra ones on top there. Because I think I should be allowed to do this. Didn't want anybody to get in the way of the deal. I probably will sell Gerbler to Lech Poznan as well, by the way. I don't know when that actually came through. Please let me do it. Yes, it will. Nice. Amazing. I haven't even done the push to near Paul Mitz loan yet either. Which is the big one. That will get us at least another 30, 40 guys out on loan. So if I can just get back up to where we were at the end of last season, I'll be happy. Because I think the loan quality has increased, especially as we lost about 15 to 20 guys from the loan farm who expired their contracts in the summer. He's selling... Oh, is it? Someone mentioned something to do with Goldbridge and the overlap earlier, but I missed the context. And I didn't actually put 2 and 2 together. Is he really? So I assume he's just got someone come under that same umbrella then. That's, to be fair, he's probably making the bag out of that. And like I say about any independent content creator, get that bag, yo. Like... I think I have a lot of respect for any sort of person who's sort of outside of the traditional media in any space that has been able to forge their own path and do well there, even if they then end up being folded back into it. It's the same with like Ellis and Away Days, so, you know, because obviously they're owned by CFS now, but he built that from scratch and was able to reap the benefits of that and now can sort of not take a step back, but it's just cool to see people do well. As you know, I'm an altruistic vampire. I just love seeing other people do well. It's dope. Josh Neville all the time. In a way, though, that sort of shows that how much they value him, though, if they're willing to get into relationships like that with that in mind. Yeah, I mean, within limits, like, I've I actually quite a lot now lately have been getting a lot of offers from football-y based things that often do a lot of NFT stuff, and I just don't really want to get involved in those things if I can avoid it. It's nothing against them. I just don't really want to be involved in it personally. I think I'm very picky when it comes to brand partners, I suppose. I always have been. But I think partly that was down to not really having any options in them before, whereas now there's a little bit more optionality to brand partners I can take, and I try to be more like, yeah. Just Navigash. Fair enough, but ultimately, like, get that bag. Right. So now we're finally getting the other Polish teams in action. Finally. They're going to lose. I really hope that we at least don't... If we're going to lose someone, it's okay. Still no Red Shadow Legends? No. I do get offered that quite... Oh my god, they won in Portugal! Topps Trading Cards. It's funny you say that, actually. I did get offered to do a thing with Topps Trading Cards at the start of the year. But I basically said to them that I didn't think that what they were looking for would work very well with the type of content I traditionally make. And essentially said that I didn't think it would be very good for the client because I didn't think that what they were looking for actually lined up with what I could give them. Because I think Tom's done some stuff with those guys, right? Put a stick to United. I mean, they obviously see it as an opportunity to make profit out of it and want to do things, right? Stick. Does Ellis? Does Ellis get stick? Weirdly, I don't think I've actually seen anyone giving Ellis stick. I mean, usually when I see stuff to do with Ellis, it's almost universally positive, in fact. And I echo that as well. Ellis is an absolutely lovely dude. And he's one of those people that I am especially happy for his success because he's a genuinely lovely guy. And he's worked so hard to make that what it was. Tom said, do you mean Clates' thing or is this a different thing? Because I have looked into it. I want to make sure that we bring it to the stream. I want to look into it properly first, though. Wisła Kraków, of course, that'd be the one. He is a top dude. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I know him that well. I don't. I haven't spoken to him in years. But I did. I shared a card. I took him on I carpooled with him to a charity game in like 2018. So I had a decent amount of time to chat to him then. Met us, yeah. When we played the FM charity match in 2018, Ellis couldn't get there. So I picked him up from Cambridge Station and we just went up together. But that's the only time I've met him. He's like, hi, nice to meet you. And then he's like trapped in a car with me for 2 hours. Kukana grabs a break. What a result, by the way, though, for Legia. They've just won in Portugal against Sporting. Portuguese clubs have a dreadful record in this save against Polish teams, do they not? Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I definitely want to bring it on board. I think it's such a cool feature. Not even a cool feature. It's just such a great idea. Like, I am still in the background albeit I'm not going to pretend I'm putting that much effort into it just yet. I want to bring a kind of like iRacing style betting system with channel points into FM that would allow you guys to bet on the matches using channel points in a more dynamic way that is a bit more automated in the same way that iRacing streamers do with the way that they do it. But I haven't quite figured out how I want to do that yet. But it's sort of a similar system, I suppose. But the way that it works is really, really cool. But yeah, it's on my list of things. Yesterday was actually... Most of yesterday actually was spent sorting out and finally untangling my email system from my web hosting thing so I could finally ditch the web hosting. And also working on that other channel thingy. Finally started working on that video. But stay tuned for that in a little while. With Ely City. So Ellis has actually done Ely City before, I believe, in a video. He follows them on Twitter. But I think that's because Ellis used to live around here. I believe. Back in the... Not anymore, obviously, but I believe he did back in the day. I think he might have actually lived here... Like, actually lived in Ely at one point. I think he might have even done when I saw him... The only time I did see him. Possibly. Might be wrong about that, though. Yeah. But no, it definitely brings the community... Anything that brings the community into things is always just more fun for these things. In this very house, he was the one putting rocks in the toilet. I knew it. Because of FM. Honestly, not really. No, Captain Guinness. I genuinely haven't. And that's not me saying like I feel like I'm owed that. I'm absolutely not. I always see a lot of content creators working with those sort of clubs. And I genuinely have never had any kind of stuff like that at all from any team, as far as I know. The closest I came was I had a little bit of correspondence with Zuri, which was the Maltese team I managed back in the original Outcasto Icons in like 2015. But that's the only time. Because I tend to think that I actually pick teams usually at a level where that sort of thing could work, but maybe it's just because I'm not very proactive in reaching out, and I sort of expect the other way around, and maybe I shouldn't do. Maybe I should be sending out emails, but I always feel very uncomfortable doing that, I suppose. How long ago? 2015. Yeah. The original Outcasto Icons was in 2015. Back on the day when I did, yeah, I know, where we managed in Cyprus and Malta, Finland, Kazakhstan as well. 11 years ago, yeah. It was my sort of first full year as a content creator. Did I leave? What did I say? Network games. So I don't know. I wasn't involved in that sort of stuff anyway. But I'm still trying to convince the FM Show podcast to get the network game cranking up. I still think Lower League Scotland would be really fun, but I'm just not getting anywhere. I was 10. That's terrifying. I've been making content on YouTube since 2014. That's been 12 years now. Not contiguously, because technically there was the well-known sabbatical, which links back into what I was talking about earlier with the whole doctors and stuff, because that was essentially what set that off. I think it was the pressure of doing the YouTube stuff along with everything else just got too much for my brain and I couldn't handle it at the time. The gap 2.5 year. Rabat Ajax. Yes. What happened there? What happened where? We're doing another Q&A video? Oh no, we're not doing that again. Absolutely not. Lower League Wales. Did I? Who did I manage in Lower League Wales in that save? Oh, sabbatical. Essentially, so I started content in 2014. Channel blew up quite quickly, like ridiculously fast, from me starting it in like September to hitting 1,000 subscribers by like 5th of November, because of like the way YouTube worked back then was a bit different. And then obviously started steamrolling things in, and then by the time like April came around, I think I was at like 5k, but I was also working obviously and making 2 YouTube videos a day. And I didn't realize it at the time, because obviously now I'm a lot more aware of these things, that I was absolutely destroying my brain. And then I woke up one day and I just couldn't see straight, essentially. Oh, Lower League Wales I have done, actually. With Cardiff Draconians. Just utterly ruining my brain. But I didn't realize it at the time. So I got very, very unwell for quite some time. So I took a bit of time off, like a month or two. About a month, I think, over the summer of 2015. Then I came back and it wasn't fine, but I was just sort of having to deal with it because I realized it wasn't going to go away on its own type of thing. I think I just turned down a local loan there, unfortunately. And then after that, I was back for like 1.5 years. But then when I started doing the first Building a Nation save with Midtjylland, I changed the way I did the content slightly, and it did much better, but there was a lot more pressure on me because of it, because I was essentially doing daily uploads still of the save, but the work involved really was too much for daily uploads. So again, I just burned my brain out and then kind of gave up. Like, I would sit there before recording a video just in tears, because I could not... my brain was not behaving at all. So I just basically dipped. You all know the video, where I just went, nah, I can't do this anymore, and I couldn't. And then I disappeared for basically like 2 years. And that's about it. And then eventually in like 2018, people would always just message me being like, oh, are you ever going to come back to YouTube? And I'd said no for the longest time, but then I just randomly put a tweet out because of something someone had said about this. It was like a spate of it for a while, and I said, like, would anyone even be interested in me coming back? And then the response on that made me go, shitting hell, like, what's going on here? And so then I did come back and slowly worked my way back up to doing what I did for a little while, and then obviously COVID hit, and then full time. It wasn't until last year, essentially, that all of it started to make sense when I was diagnosed with ADHD, and then it made sense as to why those burnout things were actually happening, and I was able to then deal with it better, and so on and so forth, basically. That's just, yeah, how it kind of went. Into any other sports? Yeah, hockey. Hockey is the one for me. I don't really watch, and like motorsport as well, mostly like NASCAR, BTCC, F1 to a lesser extent, but I still watch it. But for me, football, hockey. 100%. Took time out of work to stop the burnout. Yeah, so I did. Wasn't great though, as you can probably imagine, because income matters, and it was also very isolating and lonely. But it did allow me to sort of heal, and I was also not healthy in body either. I was very overweight. I was in an absolute shit state. I mean, you sometimes chat will randomly find a picture from an old video where we're talking about something completely different, and I'll look down in the bottom corner and see like me in the face cam or whatever. Or like, for example, how I look in those the Q&A video that Stewie was talking about. I look at that and I'm just like, how is that the same fucking person as me now? But it is. It's just not a particularly healthy version of me, so to speak, right? Cambridge do actually have a hockey team, but they're at such a low level at the moment because it's only just been sorted out. Their women's team, as Cambridge Kodiaks, are at a much higher level than the men's team at the moment. So the nearest like elite league team for me is Coventry. It's still a fucking long way away though, sadly. Sniper Elite and Hitman videos. Similar burnout, took 2-year break. Yeah. That was what convinced me to come back, basically. Now, I don't know if COVID hadn't hit, I do not know if I'd have ever, how long I would have stayed doing it, to be fair. But that obviously forced me in a position where I was like, fuck it, let's just go for it as full-time for a bit and see what happens. And obviously now I am full-time and have been for a while. But it's still a massive risk, as you can probably imagine. And it is incredibly freeing because obviously I'm in complete control of what I do. So, you know, when something goes right, I'm entirely responsible for it for the most part, even though I would like to pretend, as I say, that everything good that's ever happened to me is luck. But then, of course, you have the other side of things, which is when things are going wrong, you're entirely responsible for it. So that can be a little bit over the top at times. But ultimately, I wouldn't trade it. Peterborough Phantoms, they're not EIHL, though, are they? As far as I know. Be cool if they expanded the league, though. But yes, I love hockey. Thankfully, we are in the playoffs this year and have been for a very long time. Just looking to see who we actually get in the first round. Alex, thank you for the follow. Could still have been delivering wines to this day. Exactly. I do not know how I managed to do that. Like, I'd be out delivering wine, get back at finish work at 6, and I was putting up 2 YouTube videos a day. I do not... Obviously, the level of, like, production value back then was very different to what it is now with YouTube. The barrier to entry for FM YouTube in 2015, 2014 was so low that it was basically start video, talk about things, stop video, trim off front and end, and that was the video, basically. You basically had to do nothing else beyond that. Which is why I found it so easy, I suppose. So I probably could do things, but it still takes time, of course. But God, any loans that aren't to non-Polish sites? I guess most of these guys are probably new. Or it's a similar guy from before. Is that a thing called Dauphin Noir? Nice. Have a lot this year. They do look very good. Them versus Philly is going to be fun. Living Curacao. I was with Pog while this was happening, thankfully. But this is obviously Pog was working in retail at the time. And this is why I feel so thankful at times when I've been able to have like some reasonably good months as a content creator and been able to like not look after Pog because obviously she's her own person, but been able to take the responsibility of things like that when things maybe weren't going quite well for her at work, and I was able to sort of pay her back for it because ultimately it's a give and take situation, isn't it? You go through dips and troughs, so it's been nice to be able to do that. And obviously now Pog's in her new job, obviously she's paid more than she was before, but it's not crazy money. However, her job role might potentially be changing as they finally manage to isolate the role that she exactly does to her own job role specifically, rather than having what the situation is at the moment, where she's essentially got the same job title as loads of other people, but she has a completely different scope. So they're trying to carve out a thing to actually specifically be her job role now. And the best part is, I think I told you this before, but the job role, if I recall correctly, is a river enforcement ranger. Or Navigation Enforcement Ranger. I think it was Navigation Enforcement Ranger. NHL team, Avs. Be my job. It's quite a difference to doing it for fun than doing it for your job. There's a lot more pressure associated. And again, I wouldn't change it for anything. But she loves the new job. Ew. Glory Hunter, I know. And you're right, but just not in the way that you think. In the sense that 14-year-old me was a glory hunter, not 36-year-old me. Oh, the Red Wings are just the height of disappointment. The Isa plan just continues to work out perfectly, doesn't it? I get to throw even more dogs, exactly, yeah. Doesn't it sound cool as hell? Navigation Enforcement Ranger. The only reason I chose them when I was like 14 was because I thought that was a place where snow would exist, and I figured, hey, you need snow to have hockey. She said... There you go. Same human being, apparently. I'm led to believe, at least. So there you go. God, that is that from that video? Good lord. Oh no, don't get him bigger. How do I make him less big? Diet and exercise, pretty much, I suppose. Ooh. Doctor, that's so harsh on Ben. Do you not compare him to the old me? Full screen it. Panthers. Exactly. Besides, you can't call you that this year because they're definitely tanking to get McKenna. That being said, even at the end of I wasn't even on my heaviest then. In 2023, because obviously with COVID and stuff, that's my excuse at least. In December 2023, I was at my heaviest. I think I weighed 15 stone, which I realize for some people is not the heaviest, but I'm not the tallest and I'm very unmuscular, which means that there isn't a lot of room for fat to go because it just makes me a chubber. So that was when I was actually at my heaviest, and I really did need to do something about that because that was very unhealthy for me. I was diagnosed with NASH, and that was sort of a bit of a wake-up call as well. This guy plays some I read that as Macarena, not Maracana. I'll have him anyway, though. Because, hey, Maracana. Take your phone. Listen to me. Oh, yeah, absolutely. But for me, it was the heaviest I'd ever been, and I did not carry it well. I used to constantly... You know that thing where you pull out your clothes, where you sat down, or you, cover your chin with a pillow, or have a pillow on your lap at all times? I still do that now, because it's just, an ingrained thing within me, but it's like the former fat guy kind of vibes, you know? To be healthy. Oh, absolutely. But you can get there. 6'8". Yeah, I was gonna say 6'8". You're probably a bit underweight, if anything, at 6'8". But you've got 20 jumping reach. Holy. Have you as well? 6'5". Yeah, exactly. God, y'all are so tall, man. You should all be FM creators. I'm short as fuck as far as FM creators go. Statistically, we are a very tall bunch, and I am very much lower percentile as far as the height on FM content creators. They are so fucking tall. Well above average compared to normal population, I would say. It's crazy whenever I go to events and I'm just like, all right, everybody, how's it going? SI last time. Yeah, 100%, right? It's nuts. I'm trying to think, Ben and Z and... Actually, let's watch Z, but Ben and Jack and Tom and Kev, they're all, well over 6 foot tall. You're right, even Monique is tall. Yeah, 100%. She's probably about my height, which is very tall for the average woman, right? Well above average. People, what the hell happened in this game? Jens Hjertedal challenged for a ball in training. Herrera twisting painfully in training. Adrian straining for a ball in training. And Pisani a strong challenge in training. What is going on here? Nice small flex. There you go. No, Jack's probably 6'2", maybe? He's a good few, inches taller than I am, for sure. Yeah, exactly, the V3 event. Aaron and I are a bit... Compared to, Tom and Jack, Aaron and I were proper, short asses as far as, England stuff goes, for sure. Tallest Clates. Clates is probably about the same height as me, I'd say. We're quite similar height, I'd say. Maybe he's a touch taller? But it'd be, about an inch, maybe, at most. No, probably about the same height, I think. I think it's just because you get no perspective on height through videos. Maybe I just seem taller at times as well because obviously I stream standing up. They might make me seem shorter, in fact. I don't know. Glad I actually made the decision to do this, though. I could never go back to doing sitting down streams. Oh my god, where is the team gone? Do I quick pick this game and just hope that we actually get a bench? I might. Just to allow us some options in this team for once. I will start Lucinho instead, though. Instead of Obradovic for this game. Unless he's not available. Now, he is there. Has he just put Adrian in the team, even though he's injured? Bold. It's a decision. Excuse me. John and Naeem. Yeah, so he's brought in... At least this way he brings... there's a couple of greyed out players, unfortunately, but such is life. Everyone else is massive. Exactly. No, Mike's actually 5'11". Just everyone else is massive. You'd think Aaron's tall, but he's... I say he's not. He's, probably above average height still, but he's about the same height as I am, I think. This is not a standing desk. Yeah, these shelves are actually stood right up, so it makes me look taller than I actually am. It's all... I'm actually streaming from a house of mirrors. It's just how it works. Right, I don't know how this team's going to get on in this game, but until Catalan's back, we just won't know. Right, surely now I can get back our Mexican friend and things will be totally fine. Three 3-1 win. Michael Feeler's started the season well. We take that. Cassidy, Monperus, and Feeler again. Anyone else? Naeem, John, Coffee. Wow, assists just for days from the wingbacks once again. But no signs of anyone else getting any bids just yet. I guess it's just that they need money to buy our players. Bargain Hunt episode. Wait, what? I don't know. Thing is, right, I don't know whether you're being serious or not. And I've just somehow not heard of this. Is he? What did they take on? Is it a regen? Or like an ancient footballer, perhaps? Who would I take on a bargain? But at this value just doesn't seem right. Take Monperus. See what they say. Bit of that. That's so sick. I did not know that. To be fair, I haven't seen Jack for probably like a year, so... let's see. And I'm an isolated little man, you see. Like I tend not to... I don't talk to that many other content creators that often, to be honest, other than obviously the podcast. But that's slightly different. Like, rarely do I do. That's just because I'm an incredibly shy and introverted man, as it is. I'm not a very proactive person in those sense. What is this team called? Sorry, I misread that slightly. Most likely to be on. Do you know what? Homes Under the Hammer would be kind of cool, I think. Provided I have... Because that would imply that I had enough money to be purchasing a house. Tipping Point. Oh, that's a bit later in the day. Drop Zone 2, Ben. The Chase, perhaps? Aren't they getting rid of that, though? I don't think I've got any antiques that I could really take on there. Most of my stuff is new, but also somehow still shit. I don't know. I think I'd like to go on the Chase. Used to watch the shit out of that. Football Tipping Point. I think there is a guy that does... I swear there's a YouTuber. I think his name's Luke Pingu? Luke Pengu? Who does that kind of, like, word... No, he does, like, that type of thing. The coins of players. That is a really interesting idea, actually. Try hard. Tenable. That's it, yeah. I don't know how you'd manage to make that work, Try hard, but that is a really interesting idea, nevertheless. You get like a set number of coins, and the players that you knock out the other end are the ones you have to build a squad with. And you can see what the players are on the coins, but some of them will be harder to get than others, perhaps. That is such an interesting... I don't know how you'd actually go about producing something like that, sadly. That is super interesting. Monaco, dude. Farid Renard, 16 years old. Can't finish to save his life. Probably a bit out of our reach, although you... Saloum Kasambi. Ooh. Bit expensive. Ali Dyer, yeah. Have any of you guys ever been on one of these types of shows or know someone that has? That's fascinating. What I could do is I could mod Racoin. That game that's just come out. Which I'm obsessed with, by the way. It's brilliant. It took me a while to get used to it, but... 50-50. Oh, mate. Was that the one with... No, that wasn't Dave Benson Phillips, was it? That was Get Your Own Back. 50-50 had the blonde lady presenter, if I recall. We have come. The only one that's gone so far is Arola, but Sally Great there. I would never have got that in a million years. Hello, Timber. I think I'll leave Saloum alone for this one. There's better players to come. I can feel it. How many we got left? It's still 500 more going through there. Some Bullseye is your Uncle Jim Bowen. Applied for Raven. Pog was once in the audience for an episode of Pointless. Back when she was at college doing media and stuff. But I think that's the closest. I've never done anything like that. I've lived a sheltered life, as you can probably tell, you know? I barely leave the house, other than to go for runs and to go to Tesco's, which reminds me, I need to do that later. In he comes as well. They won. Wasn't allowed to tell us the outcome, you could tell by his... But yeah, suddenly... So, kids, I can't tell you what happened on the chase, but let me just ask for the time as he looks at his Rolex. Yeah, absolutely, Timber. I haven't made that yet. I'm just collecting the save files at the moment. So if you do have a save file because you're struggling with the loan farm, absolutely upload it somewhere like Mediafire, WeTransfer, or anything, and send me a link and I'll have a little look. Because I've got 4 of them already, I think, which is a nice amount, but the more the better, really. Can I drop this down a little bit? Oh, it's non-negotiable. All right, fine, I'll accept. But lads, you could have had him cheaper than that. Mexican man recall, yes. And also probably check in on the Polish sides in Europe. Only connect. I'm not familiar with that one. Yeah, please do. The more save files I can get, the better, because it will mean that I can just give slightly better... It's more data for me, basically, so I can look through each one individually. Because everyone's doing it in different leagues. I've got one from Iceland. I've got one in Sweden. I've got one in... Oh, fuck, where was it? Gibraltar. I've got several different options at different levels too, which is going to be sick. Because it should allow me to come up with some reason why it's not quite working out for people. Victoria Corin Mitchell. Ah, okay, yeah, no, I would not have seen that. That does ring a bell. Then again, you end up with... What's going on here? Oh. There we go. There he is. Christian Gomez. Watch it still say no. Yes! Christian Gomez is back, baby. Right. This changes a lot of things. Imagine Pena kicks off because of me bringing him back from a loan spell. I hope he isn't actually going to do that. Ranking Europe. So currently Poland is ranked 4th as of the start of this year. Obviously we don't reap the benefits of that until next season. He's in. And he's already in the first team squad. I need to register him straight up because he is going to be a useful first team option for us this season. I can feel it already. And he's had a little extra time out on loan too. Counts as part of the loan farm. I'm going to claim it. Don't know how easy it's going to be to register him in Europe, but we'll see. Right, so where is he? Gomez is there. Wait, he doesn't have to be registered because he's under 21. Superb. And by the... Nah, he's not going to count as homegrown, sadly, but even better. But that means that next season, we get 7 teams in Europe. So actually, as far as the extra class accounts this year, top 4 positions, Champions League. 5th is Europa League. 6th is Conference League. Plus, you've also got the Cup winner for the Europa League as well. This year, it's on. I think this is a huge year for Poland in football because of the teams that get into that Champions League group stage for the first time this season is going to be a huge deal because of the money they're going to get from it. It starts to entrench that hegemony a little bit further. From your parents' boat during the flotilla. God, I remember watching that. Was that 2003 kind of time? I swear, because my mum was in China at the time, I think, maybe. Starting more games. You probably should there, bud, but... Wow, he is angry. Let's see. So out loan? Not interested in a loan. Well, screw you then, buddy. Hello, U-shaped sofa. 2012, wow. Maybe I was thinking of a different Jubilee or something. What was I? Oh yeah, other Polish sides. They must have had a first game in the next round yet, because Legia have, which means the others that are in that same level must have done as well. God, if only I could bookmark things properly. Life would be so much freer. Okay, Europa League. I don't think we've got any teams in here actually yet, do we? Certainly not Champions Path. It will be main path, 3rd qualifying round. Oh, we do. Do you know earlier when I said, wouldn't it be really funny if Marta's Brookbet Nichetsya just decided, hey, it'd be really good if we just won at Celtic. Well, they did. 3-0, in fact. Chiviri, Aranda, and Chiviri, as if they've gone and won at Celtic. Scottish and Portuguese sides in this save have been appalling up against the Polish teams. I don't think they've ever won. Even when you'd really expect them to. Good Christ. Well, I mean, surely they're through to the Europa League group stage pretty much. Oh no, they've got another round, haven't they? More points for the coefficient. What does worry me a little bit is the Conference League one. Then again, why should I be worried, right? Oh, that's not the right button at all. I want main path, 2nd qualifying round. Watch them have gone out here randomly after all that loveliness. Except I can't remember who it was and who they were even playing. It was Motor, wasn't it? It wasn't 2nd round, it was 3rd round. I'm pretty certain it was 3rd round. We just 4-1 win. I think Poland might actually be quite good now. Just a casual 4-1 victory in Denmark. Juan Ramon, Latifi, Marty, and Marty with the goals. I think they've really taken a step up now. Marta, she is very, very good. Because this isn't even her first job in the top flight now. So motivating and people management, very good and outstanding. Tactics, very good as well. Adaptability, very good. Her tactical knowledge is good. She's got a driven personality. She maybe uses like a tactical style that works really well as well. But she's had a very good record. First with Vidjev, getting them promoted. Then taking the Brookbet job, and she's since got them into Europe. Continued to improve them year after year. I could see her possibly even taking one of the big Poland jobs someday because she'd have earned that reputation as well. Yeah, Aberdeen is the exception to that, I suppose. And Motherwell, actually, because they beat someone in the Europa last year, I believe. It was GKS, I think. So she's kind of chefing. But that puts Poland in a great position to get everybody through. And they look like they're doing it quite easily as well. It's not even really that close. The only thing that could maybe catch us out here is if somehow they draw... Oh, who was it? If Motor draw like one of the big nations in that last round, that's where it could get a little bit squiffy. So on the year, we've already not got that many points because we've only had a few games so far, right? Yeah, 0.6 on the year so far, but that's okay. Where does it actually sit so far? We technically have gone above Germany because of the year they're losing compared to us. So actually, Spain is probably a bit far away from us right now, particularly with all their cheaty players in there too. Might probably be Brookbet. I think, to be fair, they've started off the league season okay. They're not doing a Jagiellonia. Unfortunately, Legia seem to be doing... Legia, oh my god. Legia, Lech Poznan, and Piast Gliwice. Naturally, they're the bottom three. Yeah, Brookbet, exactly where they should be. It's early days yet. These guys aren't as bad as they look. They're just massively underperformed. How have they only scored... Wow. Europe does appear to be a massive curse for some teams, 100%. But I think... Yeah, this is the wrong year for that to happen. It very much needs to be a year where... I don't mind getting a couple of extra new guys. Hey, Kokota Dai could potentially be going to Ipswich. Like, I don't mind if there's a bit of a variation with Europe this year, as long as we get Lech Poznan and Legia Warszawa, probably Cracovia, need to be in Europe next year because it's the first year of the big stuff. I don't mind if we get sort of Brookbet along with them, maybe Motor, somebody like that, or even Piast Gliwice, just because they've actually got a bit about them. But we don't want someone like a Zagłębie Lubin getting into Europe this year. And that's what I fear may happen. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world if one of them missed out, but I don't really want Legia missing out of it entirely. Like, because they have missed out a few times in the past, but this is the year to not have that problem. Wow, he's so expensive. Andrew Sergia. Ooh. Tell you what, he might even be worth signing. If he's not asking for too much money. Oh, it's a bit of a... That's quite a high wage. Do you know what? I might be tempted anyway. His attributes actually look quite good. And if he doesn't want a first team squad role, I'd be okay with that. But I didn't actually see what squad role he wanted, to be fair. And this guy down here is the guy we already just sold. He's worth... We sold him to them for £85,000 and now he's worth 32 million quid. I actually think that's what started to happen in the last couple of seasons in this save. We're not seeing as many big sales from the Polish sides because their players are now worth enough that they can't be easily pried away from them in the same way they could before, which probably means that they're hanging on to their better players more for a longer period of time, and thus that's why we're starting to see the really big upturn in form in Europe. Or they're just going to have a massively disappointing season in Europe where they do really well to begin with, but as soon as they get in the group stages, it just kind of falls apart. What we need is that after Christmas success. Valverde announced he was leaving Bilbao last month. Oh, okay. I take it Areola is Basque, so they're kind of lining him up there. I mean, he'd be a hell of an appointment for them. It does suck for Bournemouth, though, because then it's like, then again, they've managed to find some good managers in the past, so why can't they do it again? But it would suck. 500. Oh, he played for them as well, then, yeah. 4-3 win. They won the second leg as well. And a Patreon region scored twice against them. Big up you. I mean, unfortunately, they have knocked them out of Europe, but 8 goals against Sporting is... Look at the... Wow. It wasn't one for the defenders, I would say, but Frier, Urbanski, Rodriguez, who's our former guy, and Ulrich in there as well. At one point, they were legitimately, 7-2 up on aggregate against them. Jesus Christ. Fair play. So that means that Legia are into the playoff round of the Champions League, so they've guaranteed, I think they would have guaranteed group stage of the Europa anyway, but now they've especially guaranteed it. What a win. I would not have had them down as a team that's capable of beating Sporting over both legs and to win both legs too. I have a horrible feeling that despite the enormous leads that are present in all of the ties in the Europa League and Conference League, I think one of them's going to mess it up royally here. And I think it might be Motor. Maybe I'm jinxing it. Or it's an anti-jinx. I say it out loud so it doesn't happen. Finally! Oh no, that's a different moan. How many of these... There's only 8 still outstanding. It means what I'll do is I'll do a push-to-near poor Mitsa push after stream to get some more guys out there. The sort of stragglers, so to speak. Those are all Brazilian loans, so that's fine. We're not interested in those. And it looks like this might be our record sale to a Polish side. Marcel Gerbler. He's a very good centre-back. For £8 million to Lech Poznan, that's actually still a good deal, which is crazy when you consider that's easily the most we've ever sold a player for to a Polish team in this save. They offered it non-negotiable, so I had no choice. I'd be willing to bet he's worth 30 million the second he signs for them, though. So either way, they'll make money out of the deal, or he's just really good for them. And they're going to need him because they're second bottom of the league. Trade proposition, 100%. Like, they give managers a chance. They sort of... I think when you're that kind of club, like a Fulham as well, or a Bournemouth, you have to sort of market yourself a bit like a stepping stone team that you can encourage a manager being like, listen, come in, prove yourself, and then we'll, entertain offers should they come in for you at some point later down the line. South Korea actually having a couple of good players in here. Colombian dude again. A few more Mexican lads. The Algerian guy's still there too. And 2 more guys from Deportivo Guadalajara, including a 19-year-old wanted by Arsenal, Chelsea, and Manchester City. Of course he's a winger. Any other position? What about you? Ooh. Okay. Now he is interesting. Brandon Urquidez. He's more of a number 10, and I did say that we may have to sign another number 10. Tackling's not awful either, but he's pacey. He's got good enough finishing. Dribbling's a little on the low side. He's determined. He's got flair, technique. His passing's good. He's very aggressive as well. Fast, driven personality, good on both feet. I quite like him. Not a high wage for what he would almost end up being. Not crazy expensive either, in the grand scheme of things at least. I think I'd pay 4.2. Okay. Whoa, that's so much more. About 4.9. There we go. That's still more than I was anticipating paying, to be fair, but we'll take it. I won't do the loan back thing with him, or do I? Actually, it probably can't hurt to do a loan back thing with him. Fringe player, that does concern me. I was kind of hoping he'd want to be a breakthrough prospect, but if I'm going to sign him as a fringe player, I'm definitely going to have to put... I probably will send him back for a year then, because I just don't know if he's actually going to be a fringe player. If I can get him on an 8-year contract, though, that would be lovely. Oh, nice. Okay. The potential concerns me slightly, but I will accept the loan back this time. Because if I change my mind, it wouldn't matter anyway, because I couldn't take him back. Anyone crazy in there? Dom Charlie just knocked out. Oh, no, they didn't. They won, but they didn't knock them out. No real massive surprises. Hello, Hoosby. How are you on this still grey Tuesday? No, it is Tuesday. I was right the first time. Not selling you for that price. Absolutely nada. What I'll probably do for next stream is come back at like deadline day kind of week / towards the end of the window as well. C-rated as always. I think that just pretty much sums up every one of these signings we make like this, with a few exceptions. What's that? 50? It's always 52, and I think that's just because that's the amount that I said I'd sell him for, but he hasn't kicked off about it at all. Oh, thank God for that. Choose what? Dat. Definitely Dat. There are no days here, only Dat. Ivorian team. Oh, he's an Ivorian. Send you back as well. Derry City, not bad. What's the loan farm looking like now in terms of size? 171. It's getting back up there. I'll at least be able to add another 50 guys for the Pushnia Poor Mitts and stuff. Because sometimes they do take some really good players. 22 at Ron, worth a fortune. Junior Neff is a good... He's fucking insane. We literally don't need him right now. But if, for example, I sold Adrian, say I had to, parlaying that money into someone like Neff wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Aggression's a little low, but ultimately, who cares, right? He's a French international. Lord, you're right. No sign of big matches. Either way, to be fair. which is neither here nor there, I suppose. Why the fact you have to scroll here is mad. What's his? It says wayward with his passing. What is his passing? 8. Yeah, fair enough. Either way, the best attributes. Now that is easy, Joshy. That is a nice, easy question. It's not him, although he is very good. I'm definitely going to Santa Baby this guy. It's good to have contingencies in place in case we do lose Adrian. He came through at Ron. That was his first club. He was a youth player at them, which is dope. That was his only team. Which is why they probably want to hold on to him a lot more. Oh, guy at OFI. You're very... Oh, Anderlecht, that's why. This guy here as well is kind of intriguing. Ooh, bit expensive, though. I will show you the guy with the best attributes, I think, at least, in a minute as well. Yeah, you can do, Timber. Although, you might want to send it to me privately if you don't want other people to take your save file. I don't know. But either way, that's fine. I can then download it and get that in my folder of many save files. I don't hate him either. Because he's one of those guys that 6'1", good-ish tackling, really nice work rate. He feels like perhaps an understudy kind of fella. Aha, here we go. Thank you, sir. Oh, it's a Wisła save as well. Even better. That's actually really good that it's a Wisła save, because that then allows me to... Whoa, that's a... Mediafire was like, have you considered downloading Opera? And I'm like, no, I haven't. Thank you for sending that over. That's actually really, really nice that you've actually got one with the same club. Did you start it with my database setup or my save file itself, or was it just like a fresh one you just happened to be using Wisła? Just for context. I think we might go after this fella. Oh, maybe not. Realistically, he's not that good. I will keep an eye on him, but I think it's because he's only 17 that he'd want that. He's basically saying, listen, I'll sign for you, but only if you offer me stupid shit, which I won't do, but I will keep scouting him further. Same with Junior Neff, although he's already been scouted. That'll do for the time being. As for the player with the best attributes, certainly at our club, there might well be other guys around the world that perhaps could even consider better. I think, and I'll never miss an opportunity to show Stefan Montparus. Under 21 player of the year does not even start for me. Damn. Does he have perhaps a load of caps for like a slightly smaller national team? Because that could have potentially done his world rep up. Cracks, only if you're actually having issues with loan farms. So basically what I'm looking for is people who are having massive issues with loan farm stuff. I'm collecting save files from all over the spectrum as far as building a nation stuff goes, so I can sort of look through and see if I can figure out what's going wrong for people. Because I want to make a video about that specific thing. And I figured that the best possible thing, rather than me just going, hey, look how well I'm doing, would be to look at other saves and see if I can figure out what's going wrong, perhaps. Because then the tips could, in theory, be way more applicable. Husby, we were actually discussing this like less than half an hour ago. Because I think we were looking at the fixtures Spurs had left. And they need some points in their next 2 games. 2 wins ideally, but 4 at least. And I just don't know if they're going to get it. Yeah, so Naeem. Maybe Naeem is that good now, actually. To be honest, Naeem is also absolutely elite. But I still think Montparus is better positionally for the role he plays. Although Naeem, though, actually, to be fair, maybe if he had better crossing. That is the tiniest little letdown for Naeem, is his crossing is not quite there. 200 players in your loan farm. Sounds like your loan farm's going quite well then. Same players. No, they'd only see the players that are the same at the exact point, essentially. Because once you go to that point, kind of like butterflies and branches out, because every decision changes things in the code underneath. As far as I know, at least. Next year. I don't know about... I mean, maybe. Then again, everyone thought they'd kind of bounce back this year, and then it didn't, did they? Individual training. I believe he's still on defensive positioning from before. Oh no, I put him on shooting because we wanted to improve his finishing ability a little bit. But maybe I should switch him to crossing for a bit. Because it seems to have worked on his... I mean, how much did he actually improve on his finishing? Out of interest. Just turn all these off. Since the game is useless at this now. And you have to... Tell you what, the second a mod comes out that fixes this screen, oh, what a blessed day that'll be. So it was... Actually, it was like 4. So it has improved a little bit, just not a lot. But it's definitely shown with the amount of goals he's been able to score. he was roughly usually getting about 2 goals a season, but then over the last couple of years, it's definitely gone up to more like 6. I think he got 7 goals last season, in fact, in all comps, which is a lot better. Right, other Polish sides as well. What about useless staff role? Yeah, the loan manager or the technical director, but I think the loan manager is probably still more useless. Put pressure on Spurs. I would say that the loss put more pressure on Spurs. I think if Wolves had beaten West Ham, that would have put less pressure on Spurs because it would have... Realistically, Wolves are not going to stay up, so them getting 3 points doesn't pull them that close to to Spurs in the first place, and it would have also kept West Ham below them. So I think that them losing to West Ham actually was what puts more pressure on Spurs because it's just lots of points being earned by the teams around them. Right. Oh yeah, other Polish sides. Because it's Friday now, so they should have now got their... They're going to get it over the line just fine. Just you wait. I'm assuming. 1-1 draw at home. Marta probably sent out the B team. Even Balikwisha scored for them there. And then Mane, different Mane I'm assuming, got the equaliser. So it's another draw at least. They'll take that through to the next round, which will be drawn later today. So we'll find that out. And then the Conference League, I'm sure it's absolutely fine, right? Motor obviously did get through. They're playing Maccabi Haifa in the next round, who weirdly, I've seen every single season, it seems like one of our teams play them. But did they win the second leg for the extra points? That is the question. They've avoided the main teams, which is the crucial part. I wish that you could, like, favourite teams. So they would show up on yellow or something, like you had them on a short list almost. Oh, 1-1 draw. They both did it. Got the game done in the first leg and then just bottled it at home. But it's more points for us. We'll take that. 5 wins out of 5 would have given them the chance of catching Spurs. Yeah, no. And if I was a professional athlete that earned £1 billion a year, I'd maybe be able to date, I don't know, Pog. I'd maybe be worthy of dating Pog. But, you know, it's one of those if my grandmother had wheels, she would have been a bike type situations, right? Like, obviously that's technically possible, but the likelihood is infinitesimal. Like, to the point where it might as well not be. Person out the cup playoffs have confirmed. Oh, wait, thing is, right. And obviously this is 100% solid gold copium, obviously. But I just don't believe in the President's Trophy curse. The team that wins the President's Trophy, statistically, in the salary cap era, wins the cup more than any of the other positions. So, I don't think there's nothing bad about winning the President's Trophy. Let's put it that way. And it's not like we haven't faced our own, like, adversities with it, I suppose. Like, we haven't just completely run away with things like in the way that Boston did back in the day. But I do sort of still worry that we just randomly end up playing LA and then just Byfield and Kopitar and the Breadman just pop off for absolutely no reason. I'm not feeling it. Molsky training well, which is a good sign. I think he does have quite a good personality for that, right? I'm at Qatar. No. By the Stars. We've got... I mean, our record against the Stars is pretty close this season. Most of the games are pretty tight. As long as what happens last time... I just don't want a repeat of Mikko Rantanen last year. That's all I want. And the other thing is, the Stars are going to have to come through probably like 7 games against Minnesota. Stars have depth. Yeah. And the Avs have depth too. That's why we won the President's Trophy. I think the idea that we don't have depth is ludicrous. Like, our depth is very, very deep. We've got a couple of injuries at the moment, but I suspect they're mostly being sat out for recuperation rather than actually being fully injured. Because at this stage, we're basically playing the Colorado Eagle launch in our domestic in our league games. I'm still with that only life. What I was trying to say, Watford, was I'm unworthy of her because she's the best, you know? Florida did last year. Yeah, and Florida won the cup last year. So, hey, it's a good sign. Like, Blackwater Wedgie. I think Wedgie, which is tough considering he's supposed to be the backup, but I think what Wedgie's done in matches has just been a little bit better, but it's nice having the option. To have 2 very capable tendies is very pleasing to have, and I'm comfortable with either of them. And as long as McCarr's back and we're going in without any like major injuries, like, I'm pretty content with it. Basically, as long as Landy's here, we have a terrible record, specifically without Landeskog this season. It's really interesting considering he's, mostly playing third line minutes for us a lot of the time. But something about him when he's actually in our lineup, just seems to motivate the guys or whatever. And he's just able to just have control on the ice, which is lovely. Being polished right now. But they're filling it up slowly as we speak. They're building it now. John, Naeem. I think I might start Alvarez instead of John. Mana and Adrian is okay for the time being. Catalar and Fila is good. Diakite there. We'll have to leave the bench as it is, sadly. I might put Molsky on the bench, actually, because he doesn't count here, does he? Instead of maybe... Christ, instead of maybe who? Oh, Gomez is here too, isn't he? I could start Gomez. Fuck it, I'm going to start Gomez instead of Fila for the memes. Oh. And a Tendi still. Have you considered getting Alexander Gorgiev back? Because I hear he's available. Because he got waived by Buffalo, right? Although it seems like that worked out quite nicely for them in the end. Holy shit, they're fun. There is so many good first round matchups. Maybe I could have played that one, actually. Really confident. I think it's just nice to see Sid in the playoffs again. Honestly. As long as we don't have to play against him out first round. The thing is, I do think that whoever plays the Senators, which I think is Buffalo perhaps, right? He's in for a world of trouble because the Senators' underlying numbers are very good. They've just had no goaltending all season. I think he is still loan listed technically because he was obviously part of that group of players that we were consistently trying to loan out. They have really good underlying numbers. I think there'll be a problem for someone, but Buffalo do look very together. Just watching them against Tampa the other day, and the Habs against Tampa the other day as well. Basically anybody against Tampa who just try to beat you up. Legia finally out the bottom three. They've got a positive goal difference, but only have 5 points this season. It's one way of doing it, I guess. Jesus, some of the goal differences down at the bottom are absolutely heinous after 5 matches to already be double digits negative. Wisła have conceded 16 goals this year in 5 games. Gordik, though, 10 and 10. They're just here for the memes. I think in a couple of years, the Canadiens and the Sharks are going to be... Like, obviously, Canadians are a bit ahead of them in terms of the development, but they have such an insane young core. So as far as Europe goes, Lech Poznan are in Europe, I think. Piasklevica. Who are our European teams? We've got us and Legia, Brookbet, Arca, and Motor. So no, actually, these guys aren't in Europe. That means they've got even less excuse. They're just bad. That's actually even worse in a way. I kept thinking there was more of these guys in Europe, but that was last season, wasn't it? So yeah, they've actually got even less reason to be doing as bad as they are. But Wisła Płock, I think, have already conceded 6 and 7 in separate matches. They're just shit. Your birthday on Thursday. I wish I was streaming on Thursday, and then early BBBBs for you, my friend. 22. You'll love to see it. What do I press there? Oh, yeah, we've got the draws now, haven't we? So, who do they play? Do you know Kiev? I tell you what, they should win that. And even if they don't, Malta's Brookbet in the Conference League could be deadly, frankly. So I'm fine with that. And then we've obviously got in the Europa League. Oh, we already know who they're playing. They're playing Maccabi Haifa, aren't I believe. Why did it go back to there? Pretty certain we did see their draw already. I just looked for the long team name. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Maccabi Haifa. That seems to be a regular opponent for our Polish sides at this round for whatever reason. You're working... I would say I usually take my birthdays off, but I tend not to, actually. Unless it's a stream day. Glow about the game. Oh, my God, yeah. I do fear for it. But I don't know why I always feel like we're going to lose to Brentford, because we just realistically don't. Wait, Man United are in the Conference League? Oh, no. Well, at least we know who's winning the Conference League, because this is what happened a few years ago. United went all the way down to the Conference League and then started basically winning their way up through each tournament. So they won the Conference League, then they won the Europa League, and now they're obviously doing it again. Uri Kukonda this season has already got 4 goals and 3 assists in all competitions. Despite being worth virtually no money, he is absolutely wonderful. Be pretty cool. I'm afraid I can't agree with that. Brentford for the bin would be very cool. Hasmir is now... Wait a minute. Oh, if Jude Hasmir declares for Poland, that would be lovely. I need to give him a new contract so that he can stay out on loan at GKS, because otherwise I think he's going to kick off and try to come back and all that kind of jazz. Right, so schedule-wise, we usually find out... Oh, we actually don't have that many more league games. It's round about here, I think, because our deadline day is like... Probably best look on the calendar, actually. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? It's... Squad registration for the Champions League is there. Deadline day is there, and that's actually match day 1 as well. Stassi, yeah. So Stassi stayed out on loan. I think he's actually at Brookbet, right? Or he was. Oh, he's at Vidjev now. He was never at Brookbet. What was I talking about? Yeah, he played for Zagłębie Lubin. Then he came back from his loan spell for some reason upon them getting promoted. Then last year I loaned him back out to the second tier again at January. But he is now playing top flight football for Vidjev Łódź, who aren't even doing that badly if I remember. Okay, they're doing quite badly. They could be doing worse. Oh, the Impossible Vaduz Challenge, yeah. And they gained absolutely 0 points for Liechtenstein in the process, which if you ask me is extremely selfish of them. Let's have one last little check-in at the coefficients, actually. Just to see how many points we've got on the board already. 1 on the board, but it's only qualifiers. We've still got more chances to get that. And crucially, Germany have got to gain. I think there's a very strong chance that we could get into 3rd place this year. Because Germany are going to have to overperform us by 5 full points this year. And if we put up like 16, 17 points, they're going to need 20 plus to try to get involved in that. England, at least they've dropped off a little bit in recent years, but not that much, I suspect. I think the long-term plan with that is definitely the right idea. Bloody hell. Oh, I know. I tried to do it a little bit when I was flitting around ideas last time around. A cake thing? Do tell. Added the missing Spurs injuries into that. It was now exercising for... Ooh. Losing 6 to 100 Bride. Hopefully that isn't a premonition for that one, I suppose. Uh-oh. I have a horrible feeling that we might be about to be raided, potentially, which is ironic because I feel like this might be the reversal of what happened last time, where we end up with a double raid instead. It's kind of sick. I still think I might revisit the Beaconsfield idea at some point too, but one thing at a time, now that I'm learning this new brain. The running thing, I think, is the first thing of those sort of things that I will actually probably kick off properly, I suppose. What was I going to say? I completely forgotten. Nope, it's gone. Ready, Kirby. Perfect. That means we might be able to do the same thing, though. So it's still a double raid, just from 2 different angles. I believe it's known as the pincer movement. It's horrifying, really, when you think about it out loud like that. So let's find out actually who we're going to raid then. I think the answer kind of... Oh, I love finishing stream and actually seeing loads of people live. It's dope. Right. I feel like I haven't raided Robbo in ages. Does anyone know what happened to United City? Like, because I noticed that Kev hasn't been streaming a lot when I've been finishing. So I hope he's all good. Maybe he's just taking a break from the game for a little bit. The pincer maneuver, indeed, yeah. Oh, so, remember, I'm not here on Thursday. So next stream will be Sunday morning, usual time. But I'm obviously not here Thursday because I'm in Manchester. I might actually be seeing Robbo as it happens. Maybe, potentially, we'll see. And, yeah, so thank you for joining me. He hates us. I do. I do indeed hate you. What streamer would he complete if they didn't hate their audience? Ultimately, that's how it should work, right? We have a hate-hate relationship with each other. So yeah, if you're new and you've enjoyed what you saw today, drop a follow. I really would appreciate that. I will be back on Sunday. And it's my dad's birthday tomorrow as well. So I don't know why that's relevant to you, but just early HHHBBB for Dado. Oh, no, I think we did VOD comments today, didn't we? As it happens. If not, I'll roll those into Sunday as well. So yeah, thank you for joining me today, friends. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. That was very kind of you as well. And I'll see you lovely folks on Sunday, where we will be doing Champions League matches. We're just going to blast Champions League games, insta everything else, and just burn through loads of... Who am I kidding? Probably go like 3 weeks into the future. Anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Hold your gun, capybara, bye-bye. And Carlisle honey.